Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is DolphinDivePro, and we are live with some more Stellaris. Oh yes. Can't wait for this one. This is a stream I've always wanted to do, for a while now. It's a beginner-friendly stream. As you know, I've been playing Stellaris for like 4 years now, and is easily my most streamed game, and is my most played game on Steam. However, I'm still learning. I'm still learning the game, and every time I think I've got a handle on it, every time I think I've got a great idea of how to play the game and I'm comfortable with it, Paradox likes to throw in, and the Stellaris team like to throw in a new DLC every now and then. They like to make some changes. They might like to rebalance some stuff or just introduce some new mechanics entirely. And I think if you have a grasp of the fundamentals of the basics, then you're going to be well equipped to deal with anything that the game throws at you, and the future DLCs do as well. Hey Harry, welcome in. Storm, congratulations on the first. But where do we start? Well, we start, as we always do, at the very beginning. Before we even click play, we create an empire. Now, when you create an empire, you can do whatever you want. There are obviously meta builds. There are obviously certain ways that you can min-max your way through to either boost your tech, to boost your resources in a specific area, to boost your fleet and your naval capacity. But I like to approach Stellaris from the view of a role player. I've never been phenomenal at meta builds. I am still learning the game myself after nearly over 2,000 hours in it. So never feel like you fail, or if your empire is destroyed early on, then that's okay. You just load up, you go again. You fine-tune the empires that you've got, or you start with a fresh new build. And if you're unsure how to create an empire, then Stellaris are very kindly giving you some basic ones to use here. So these are all ones that you can just already made, already with the origins and the traits filled out, all with the different species portraits and things. A lot of these are added with the DLCs that you get. For example, Overtuned is one of the DLCs that came out. Feels like not too long ago. All the way down to all the way up to the original ones: United Nations of Earth, the Commonwealth of Man, and you can play these with different, with all the different things already filled out for you. However, if you do have an idea, if you want to be a bloodthirsty sort of like attack all empire, if you want to be a peaceful trade empire, if you want to be an empire that purely focuses on technology and in bettering themselves through the power of science, then this is where you do it. You do the create a new empire. And then if you are new, this is going to be a lot. I won't lie, this is going to feel like a lot. Fortunately, you have the awesome soundtrack to listen to while you fiddle around with all your settings and to fine-tune your empire. Now, I've been very lucky and fortunate to receive all the DLCs. So there's going to be a lot of options here that you might not have. There's going to be a lot of origins, maybe some traits and some portraits that you see that you might not have. I understand, as well as everyone, that Stellaris has a lot of DLC to explore. However, a lot of it, if not all of it, I would say all of it, is 100% worth it. Each one offers something new to the game, offers a new mechanic, something else to do, something else to explore, something else to collect. So let's have a look. What do we fancy being? Do we fancy being some bog standard humanoids? Do we want to be spacefaring warlording orcs? A race of like superhero looking ones? Or shall we go machine and start to work on our cybernetics? Maybe we are funky mushrooms. These always remind me of Izzy, which is the Blom. Always reminds me of Izzy. We could roleplay as... where's Montu? Montu? Oh, God. He uses... No, he's a reptile. is a little lizard boy. But you can roleplay as Montu, you can roleplay as evil sort of like necroids. The cybernetics and synthetic portraits are some of my favourite. They came out not too long ago. When you select one, for example, when you go to rule of appearance, you can select the evolution stage. So it can be like full-on cybernetic, full-on synthetic, half synthetic. There's some really cool things that you can unlock with the DLCs. You can be spacefaring dwarfs. You can be snails. You can even be one of my favourites, the dolphins, which is the one that we're going to select. We're going to select dolphins. It makes a lot of sense. So once you've settled on your species, again, you can pick anything that you want. There are some species that have innate traits. For example, machines, for example. If you click on machines, you select machine 1. When you get to your ethics, you can't be... When you get to your traits, you have machine as a standard trait. Machine is an innate trait. Doesn't cost you anything to take, but machine is just there. But we are going to stick with our aquatic ones. And there are certain traits that you can get when you select certain species and certain origins, and we'll go through that in a sec. So if you've got any questions, please do ask. This is the whole point of this stream. If there's anyone in chat that wants to ask any questions, then please do. There's no such thing as a silly question in Stellaris. Me asking silly questions, for example, allow me to work out that I can press U when on a starbase to upgrade it without having to click upgrade. Thank you, random bit of information that I picked up. But yes, so we're going to go to aquatic. We're going to be dolphins. Next thing is your species name. Now you can randomize. Lots of randomized ones already. We are, however, going to go over here. Where's my name lists? Even I don't know my way around this fully confidently yet. I would go for aquatic. Dread Reef. Cosmic Bastion Reef, yes. And we're going to put our little ship prefix as well. So our species name now will switch with whatever your name lists are. The randomization will make it so it's like that. So we're going to just go with fairly standard. Dolphins. The dolphins. Now obviously to be far more creative than I. Biography. This is where your roleplay comes in. So if you're like myself, you will already have an idea about why your dolphins are suddenly ruling the planet, why your dolphins are sentient, why your dolphins are the dominant species. How did they achieve spaceflight? How did they achieve? How did their society bring their evolution forward? You know, all that sort of stuff can be in your biography, and it can influence how you play. You can roleplay it, or you can metaplay it. I like roleplaying myself because I like having those options available to me. Might not always be the best option, but when you're role-playing an empire, it can always be fun to do what your empire would do. We're going to go for that. Sort out the name list already. Traits. So take off machine, so not machine. So traits are the traits that your species will have. These are the every time a new population of dolphin is grown, is created, it will have these traits. Now, your traits can change as the game progresses. You can add more. You can take off some traits if you want to. If you have certain things that happen in your game. But at the start, you have 5 trait picks and 2 points. So you'll notice that if you wanted to be intelligent, thrifty, and good at farming, we can't because we have -4. But we still have 2 trait picks left. What we do instead is that you don't have to. You can stick with just 2 or 1 or 2 positive traits with no negative traits. But in order to have more positive, you'll have to take some negative ones as well. Now these trait options, like you say, there are some that are grayed out here because they will be. You need to be plantoid or fundoid for this one. This one we have to be aquatic with an ocean world, which we can do. We can go straight to an ocean world, which means that we can take aquatic. Take off the food. we're going to be intelligent, thrifty, and aquatic. We are going to also be non-adaptive, which means that whenever we see a new planet to inhabit, it will be minus 10% habitability. So if something was normally, if we see an ocean world that's 100%, or if we see like a continental world that's usually about 60 or 70, it'll be minus 10% on that for our species. So that's something to bear in mind. Hey, Nadi, good to see you. We are here doing a beginners friendly stream, so if you do have questions, I know a lot of folks in my chat are fairly well tuned into Stellaris, they have a lot of hours in it themselves. So if there's anyone that pops in with a question that I can't answer, I'm sure that my chat will be able to pick up my slack. They're used to doing that, don't worry. We're also going to pick Unruly, which is empire size from population plus 10%. So every time a new dolphin population is grown, it just bumps up our population size by 10% per pop. So what is intelligent, thrifty, and aquatic? Well, intelligent gives us extra research from all of our science jobs. Science is needed to research technologies, carry out, sometimes to carry out situation log stuff. It feeds into a lot of anything really related to your technology and to your empire's advancement, you say, through the tech tree. Thrifty is fairly simple. You get trade value from jobs plus 25%. So if you're looking to make money, if you're looking to make a trade empire, or if you find yourself struggling for credits and everything relating to trade, then thrifty is a good one to take. And aquatic, like we said, we can only take if we have ocean world. We have ocean habitability plus 20%. So any ocean world, we get extra bonus habitability, kind of cuts out the non-adaptive. Housing usage on ocean worlds and flooded habitats minus 10%. Food, energy, and mineral output on ocean worlds plus 10%. However, our habitability and our housing usage on non-wet worlds increases by 30 and 20. So yeah, it's just something to bear in mind whenever you take these traits, to just remember them when you're focusing a planet with a certain species, and make sure that you're putting the population on the right planet. That is something we'll cover when we come to colonizing our first few worlds in-game itself. So I might... we want thrifty? I don't know if we're going to be doing... I don't think we're going to be doing trade this time. I'm going to take rapid breeders, which is population growth plus 10%, which is always a good trait to have. I love rapid breeders. I love being intelligent. The aquatic, obviously, being dolphins. They're non-adaptive and unruly. Because we're only looking to settle on the ocean worlds, that non-adaptive stuff really doesn't matter to us too much, but we can always get population another way, which again we'll get to. So, name and class. Homeworld name. We'll just put the aquarium. Starting solar system, I normally go with random. There are certain ones that give you certain special sort of like looking system with some. I don't get too much into it myself, but I know they're just different resources and whatnot, so there you go. You can go for the traditional soul system if you want to. Ocean Paradise. Oh yeah, that's... so we're going to go for random. We'll just leave it at random. City appearance, this is all for flavour. You've got different rooms to make your portrait look cool. We're going to go for aquatic. These different worlds will give you different boosts as well. I'm not too sure which one is which. I don't, again, as a role player, I'm a little bit indifferent to, but I know certain ones give you extra mining districts or certain districts of a certain type. That I can probably Google and tell you that later. City appearance going to go for aquatic. What's a good underwater one? That's a nice underwater one. Ooh, yeah. Go for that one. So, the origin of your species. When it comes to this, a lot of these you might simply not have because, again, a lot of this depends on the DLCs that you have. So I believe the DLC, the normal ones stop at around here, Lost Colony. You got Necrophage, you got all. It just really depends what you want. The most basic one is Prosperous Unification. I say basic. it's still very, very good. You get generated districts and agricultural districts +1, but more importantly, you have an initial 4 population advantage on other empires, which means you have more jobs filled and you have more opportunities to boost, basically get bigger buildings and districts down quicker. We're looking for one that would really suit us. Again, if you've got any questions about Origins, then please do pop them in there. Maybe Dragons would be quite a good one. Not really subterranean now, are we? Treasure Hunters would be quite good fun. Storm Chasers would be very good fun. Ocean Paradise would make sense. Ocean World size 30. Guaranteed habitable worlds is replaced by Frozen. Hey, Dame Goose. Yeah, the Art Welders is very strong. The Art Welders one is very, very, very good. With the Art Furnace, you can easily, very, very quickly snowball with certain builds with that. Definitely you can. I'm trying to think of one that would just be fun to show. I think we're going to stick with one of the ones that you can start off with, which is Remnants. Oh no, we need a Ocean World. On the Shoulders of Giants. Let's do that one. There we go. On the Shoulders of Giants. Honk! Hey, Nova! Art Welders, Hydroponic Bays, Nemesis Crisis, great for pumping out multiple types of ships. Oh yes. We're going to be keeping things fairly basic, though. We're not going to go too mad with it because I want to be able to go through certain steps on how at least I approach the game anyway. So your government and ethics. This is how you decide how your society is going to be run. Are you going to be militarist, xenophobic? You don't have an egalitarian or materialist society. You can be pacifist, where you cannot engage in wars. You can still be warred upon, but you can't engage in wars. You're going to be xenophiles, where you just are friendly to most people. You're going to be a strict authoritarian, or you're going to be spiritualist. So you can take 3 blue ones. So you can be a pacifist, a spiritualist, and a xenophile. You'll notice there that if you are spiritualist, you cannot be materialist, and vice versa, simply because spiritualism is all about being within oneself and having believing in whatever it is that your people choose to believe. Materialist is all about soulless robots and AI, which does not blend with the spiritualist. So just be aware that if you find yourself not being able to use a certain ethic, it's probably because it cancels each other out and is just opposed to the one that you're trying to take. So we're going to go for one of my favourites, spiritualist. We're going to go fanatic. Fanatic will take 2 of your 3 ethic slots. You cannot be fanatic in 2 areas. You can only be fanatic in 1. And then you get a choice of another blue ethic. You cannot choose fanatic, spiritualist, and spiritualist. You have to choose another one. Or just stay as fanatic spiritualist. It's entirely up to you. Don't have any ethics at all. Just go completely ethics free. There are ways, I think, to get ethics in the future in that sense. Along with your civics, and ethics can change with decisions you make in game, and just with the natural progression of meeting empires and the interactions. It's something we'll get to as well. So I'm going to start off with fanatic spiritualist. The reason, because you get a lot of unity. Extra unity per month. Your edict upkeep is -20%, and your edict cost is -20% as well. Edicts are something we'll cover when we get to the government screen. But I just like being fanatical spiritualist. You get to build temples. You get loads of really good ascension path options as well. And you can ascend to full shroud awareness. Along with that, we're probably going to be xenophiles. So xenophiles are great. You get 50% more insights, you get extra trade value, and you get available envoys +1. which is very useful which can be very useful for your early game and your mid game as well as your late game as well for maintaining those spy networks. Our authority, democratic, an election every 10 years to determine your ruler. That can be really good because your edict fund is +5 for your ruler for every level, and your faction resource output is +2% every level as well. You get extra leader pool size, and it resets your government reform and policy cooldowns when a new ruler is elected, which is pretty cool. However, every 10 years, when it comes to managing your government, you will find that unless you get directly involved and put aside resources to get directly involved, if you've got a really good ruler, if you don't get involved and they fail to win the election, your government can switch up in ways that could hinder you or in ways that could improve everything. It's a little bit 50-50 in a lot of cases. Oligarchic is good as well, 20 years. You got effective councillor skill +2% for your empire as your ruler, and edict -5 as well as the council experience gain +5% as well. Yeah, no worries, Nard. You take care, man. Thank you very much for popping in. You can be a dictator, which you hold a dictatorial election upon ruler, and upon death, a new ruler will be chosen. That's what really good experience gain. Pop immunities usage and edict fund is also very good. You can be imperial, which is where you have an imperial heir, and you have a randomly selected leader class. Your resources from jobs +10% in your capital systems, but your leader pool size is -1 as an empire effect. Extra influence from power projection is good, and your edict fund as well. Or you could be my favourite one, which is a meta corporation. I'll probably do a separate stream on that because that's one of my favourite builds to do. So that'll be its own separate thing. For now, we're just going to stick with democratic. It's to say, if you're not too sure, it gets you used to managing your government, I think, and it gives you really good faction approval is really important as well because it stops your factions from fighting too much and having a massive ethics shift. I quite like it. So your civics. Your civics are something that will affect your entire empire as well. Some of these again are going to be DLC specific. Some of these are going to be locked behind the DLCs, but a lot of these you can just take. And again, they do change. If I went Meta Corporation, you can see they change. A lot of them do the same things, just with different names and with slightly different effects in a lot of cases. And some of them are only available to your Meta Corporation, along with Imperial, Dictatorial, Oligarchic, and Democratic. They'll have their own civics unique to them and locked behind different authority types. So lots of ways to experiment with running your empire. So because we are ocean bound and we are with remnants, is it remnant? No, shoals of giants. Have a think. We could be anglers, which makes a lot of sense actually, because again we role playing as dolphins. What do anglers do? So on ocean worlds, agricultural districts are uncapped. You can make as many agricultural districts as you want. On wet worlds, farmers are replaced with anglers and pearl divers. Anglers produce 8 food and 2 trade value, and pearl divers produce 6 consumer goods and 2 trade value. That's really good. The more population you have on your planets and across your empire, the more consumer goods you need. It's also quite, from my point of view, from my experience, consumer goods is one of those ones where if you don't get an early handle on it, you can spiral and can feel like you're fighting a losing battle until you start getting some upgrades. So having some early extra consumer goods and some extra trade value for me is always a good thing. We also get a new councillor position. We get the Minister of the Sea. Fairly all-encompassing job. Empire effects per skill level. So your government leaders, your people on your council, can get up to level 10. Now, obviously, that would depend if they survive or if they don't die of old age. And there are ways to artificially expand your councillor's lifetime as you go. But if you get to level 3, we get food from anglers plus 0.3. That would be 0.9. And consumer goods from pearl divers would be go from 0.2 to 0.6. So that would be really, again, it's just a passive effect that affects your entire empire and will help you as you go. So along with anglers, we're probably... what are we going to go with? For masterful crafters, I guess. Extra consumer goods, extra trade value. Merchant deals would give us capital, extra trade value as well. Mining deals, fairly simple, but also very, very useful. Vaults of knowledge. We're gonna keep it simple, and we're gonna go mining deals. Extra minerals early always helps, and the stability for miners could also be useful as we go along as well. So we're going to go for anglers and mining guilds as well. Notice that this civic cannot be manually added or removed after the game has started. So when you go through the game, there are ways to switch out your civics and switch out and move around your and affect your ethics as you go. However, if it comes to you wanting to get rid of anglers, say you're making enough consumer goods trade value elsewhere and you think it's not worth it, you can get rid of you cannot get rid of the anglers perk, but you can switch out your mining guild. Advisor voice, it's kind of...
Honest work means hard labor. We all have the makings of greatness in us. Honest work means hard. Honest work means honest. We all have...
Yeah, we'll go for that. So the Empire name, this is how this is how you'll be introducing yourself, pretty much, and the name that will appear. It's entirely up to you. You can do random if you wish. Dolphins, Commonwealth of Hot. Dolphins Divine State. Ooh, let's go with that one. Let's go with the Dolphins Divine State. So your flag. This is where you have you have complete creative freedom anyway, but this is where you can just set the tone for your empire. So we're probably gonna stick with aquatic, obviously. We're gonna go with... Ooh. I like that. And also just like fairly simple anchor. How my teammates feel when they're in a federation with me, I'm just weighing them down. Quite like that. Primary colours, we're going to go for a dark blue of the sea. And then a nice bit of gold there as well. Ship appearance, again, you can have it... hey, Ben, the Commonwealth of Hotties. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we could have been a community of swolfins. So again, you can just stick it to aquatic and just have the theme of your empire's ships. You can look through each individual one, all the way through to your titans. I just love the look of an aquatic titan. Construction ship as well, colony ship, all the way through to... Yes, science ship's one of my favourite. I love anything that moves. Citadel, Colossus, Dreadnought, all the way to Corvette. Likewise, if you've got a favourite one you can use, I love the cybernetic one. The cybernetic, I wish they did more ships and more ship types that reflected the colour of your flag more obviously. The cybernetic ones are beautiful. So if you went for a nice orange flag for your primary colour, your ship will be orange. The ship will be orange and it will be wonderful and it will be lovely. We're going to stick with aquatic. Ruler appearance, this is entirely up to you again. Clothing, do you want to be a regal dolphin? Do I want to a regal one? Do I want to be dressed for war? Do I want to be a sort of like ready for cybernetic ascension? But I think we're going to be regal. And we're going to go for a less deathly blue. We're just going to go for swell, but we got a swell later. Swell plump. Swell plump. That's my new nickname now on Twitch. Swell plump. Ruler traits. This is interesting. This is what your your starting ruler will have. You can make them an official, a commander, or a scientist. Scientist. You got Spark of Genius, which is your research speed +3. You got your official, which is you get principled as your special one, or commander, which you've got hostility and fleet organizer as well. So if you're an aggressive empire, ship's weapons damage as counselor goes up 5% and your army damage is 5%. I'm good, Ben, thank you. I'm very good. We're doing a beginner-friendly Stellaris stream today to around about 9 PM. Just 6 hours or so. So yeah, we're gonna be chilling with this. And if you've got any questions as well, then please do ask. We're going to be going through each aspect of Stellaris in stages just to make sure that I refresh myself and we can give the folks a good idea of what to expect when playing Stellaris. And if you get stuck or overwhelmed in certain aspects of it, then that's what I'm here for. Just please ask questions. What do I do for scientist? Spark of genius. I like the early research speed of +3 as a counsellor. Extra research speed is always good. So, you'll notice that everything here is not red. There's no red anymore. That's because we have things filled out. However, it will be worth going through and just checking, because sometimes it won't tell you you've got no civics. It won't tell you haven't got any civics chosen. And with your traits, it won't tell you if you've got any trait points. It won't give you red. You have extra trait points and pits left. So, just make sure you just go through and make sure everything is where you want it. Once you're done, you hit save. Hit back and you'll see it is here. The Dolphin's Divine State. Get a really good overview of what your empire is. And yeah, once you're happy, you hit select. Now, this bit can be, if you're here brand new, this bit could be overwhelming a little bit. This bit can be a little bit difficult to wrap your head around. I'm going to go through it though in a second. Sorry about that. So, your general settings is your difficulty. You can go all the way to Grand Admiral. I usually play on Admiral, and I still find it challenging enough. Iron Man mode is if you're going for your, if you like the look of like Stellaris' 100+ achievements. In order to get them, you will need Iron Man mode enabled. What does that mean? It means that you're eligible for achievements, but you cannot reload the game. You get one save and it auto saves as you go. If your empire is declared on and you weren't ready, you cannot go back and reload it from like a few years before so that you can prepare yourself. If a federation goes to war with your federation and something happens where, your vassal goes into war with someone else and you get dragged into it by a much stronger empire, you cannot reload and try and sort it out before it happens. Iron Man means that you cannot reload. I would recommend highly turning that off if you're new, because there's nothing wrong with reloading a save file. I do it myself on stream. I do it in my solo playthroughs, especially if something you'll notice is the more you play Stellaris, the AI are very clever. Even if you have them on the lower difficulty, they can find pathings, they can find ways into your empire in wars especially, that you just may not have noticed. So there's no shame in reloading saves. I don't care what anyone says. It's your playthrough, it's your empire, it's your save, do whatever you want. So I recommend turning that off. Now, galaxy size, this gives you an idea of how many AI empires, how many marauders, and how many fallen empires will be spawning in. Again, if you're new, I would recommend a medium or a small, just to make it more manageable. We're going to go for a medium. You can change the galaxy shape. This will affect how empires and especially how fleets can move. The standard one is elliptical, which means that most of this space will be able to be traversable from any point. A spiral, if you spawn here, you won't be able to get to there. You'll have to work your way along this arm until you unlock certain technologies, which means you can be locked behind a much stronger empire, or you can be next to an empire that you can maybe vassalize or take over, depending on your playstyle. But this one gives you a little bit less flexibility to maneuver around the map. Same with spiral, just get 3 arms, 4 arms, again, just a very similar thing. Ring, not played with ring before, so that could be a good one. Barred spiral, again, very similar sort of thing to the spiral, but spiral starts on either side of the galaxy. Spoked and cartwheel as well, and it gives you a really nice look of how the galaxy will look. We're going to stick with elliptical because I think it's basic, it's the most fun, and it means that you get used to looking at your hyperlanes and exploring and managing your science ships a little bit better, a little bit quicker. Medium hyperlane density is how many hyperlanes will feed into one another. So if you go full, you don't have a lot of access routes all over the place and quite hard to to choke point your space. If you do 0.5, then it becomes easier to find those choke points and less ways for people to get into your space. I tend to leave it at 1, unless you want to play something completely wacky. AI empires. You can maximize it and have 9 to 18. That's exactly what it says on the tin. It'll either spawn 9 or any number in between 9 and 18. It's not guaranteed. It could be 10, it could be 11, it could be 12, it could be 18, or it could be 9. I tend to that's entirely up to you, really. We'll have 12 guaranteed on a medium, we'll have 10 guaranteed on a medium. Advanced AI starts, again, I would turn that down to 0 until you get used to it, and I mostly turn it off anyway. Advanced AI starts are empires that are already fairly advanced in their technology, in their economy, and in their naval capacity in their fleets as well. Fallen Empires is completely different. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, I would turn that off, because if you come across an AI empire that is just completely opposed to you in ethics and is completely the opposite of you in your belief systems, then that can cause some really big issues. Because empires don't really regard your empire in very high standards if you dip below them in power, in relative power. So if you come across one of these early, or even in your mid-game and you are still learning, the advanced AI could really cause you a lot of problems and can end your playthrough just like that before you even find anything, before you even find your way into the galaxy. So I would turn it off for now, but once you become more confident with it, it's a good thing to experiment with, because you're forced to look at maybe doing things to either change their attitude towards you, maybe they'll vassalize you, and you can experience that side of the game as well. Fallen Empires. Fallen Empires are very, 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 very advanced AI. However, Fallen Empires, they don't regard you as even worth looking at. You are pathetic and inferior in every single way, and the Fallen Empires, unless you do something to antagonize them, for example, one of the Fallen Empires is a military isolationist. The only stipulation they have is if you settle in a system next to their border, they will attack you and humiliate you and remove that starbase. Most Fallen Empires are quite nice, and not nice, but like they're just completely indifferent to you and really only come into their own in the late mid game and end game sort of thing as well. So you can have as many of those as you want. I like to have them all maxed out and full because it opens up a lot of options later on. It's just good fun, as long as you don't mess around with them. That's your basic settings right here. We're going to stick it at we'll sit it at Commodore, just so we can have a nice chill game. The advanced settings, this is really when you go into your fine-tuning of your game. By fine-tuning, I mean like the technology cost, the tradition cost of stuff. Start at 1. If you want to have a much quicker game, then you can remove your traditions and your technology cost down to 20.25, which means everything is a lot much more quickly researched, and your tradition cost, everything you get through your tradition trees a lot quicker as well. Your crisis strength, I would leave that at 1 because you want the crisis to be a little bit challenging. It goes all the way up to 25. I myself just play around the 5 to 10 crisis strength mode. I've never beaten the 25. I'm gonna have to get some friends on to do that, I think. But yeah, I usually play at 5, and I do okay with it. But for new players, I would recommend probably putting it at 1, because you want to have a sense of challenge, you want to have a sense of threat, but you don't want it to be too ridiculous. The crisis is great because it's not just you that fights it as well. There's the entire galaxy. It's a galaxy-wide crisis threat. It's not limited to you. So when the crisis spawns, there are certain game mechanics you can use and the AI can use to get everyone on board to fight it. And yeah, I'd say leave it at 1 for a bit of a challenge. Scaling difficulty, that's the AI bonuses. I usually go mid game. Again, you can turn them off or to late game if you don't want them to have an advantage too early in the playthrough. I don't usually mess with the difficulty AI modifiers. AI aggressiveness, you can have them as high, low, normal. Obviously, there are certain Empire types, like we discussed with the ethics, where they're just going to be naturally more aggressive. But the ones that tend to be like spiritualist, or even if they're directly opposed to how your Empire is, they won't necessarily attach straight away. But if you put them on higher aggressiveness, then they will. Gross ceiling and required scaling. This is all about your performance. This is all about your basically late game performance. I would leave these as they are until you become more comfortable with the game and you start hitting that end game regularly. The bigger galaxies, the more empires you have, this can be your best friend. Your galaxy, your habitable worlds, standard amount, 1 times. If you want to have a high more, you can have a 5 times likelihood of discovering a habitable world. That will be for AI as well, I believe. So yeah, that is the AI as well. Obviously, that will also impact your performance. I tend to leave it at 1. Again, there are certain origins, especially the Doomsday one and the Shattered Ring and whatnot, that may well, and the Void Dwellers, that may well affect the viability of this. Pre-FTL civilizations and pre-sapient species. Leave it at 1 times, but if you do want to do a run where you have a certain, you want to uplift some species, or you just want to mess around with the pre-FTL stuff, that you can make them more likely to spawn, leave it at 1. Empire placement. This is important if you're playing with friends, and say for example there are 3 of you that are playing for the first time. Now you can go random, which means 1 of you to spawn here, 1 of you to spawn there, 1 of you to spawn here. If you go for clusters, then your chances, I think the clusters just mean that you're going to be spawning next to your friends. Normally, it did used to say player clusters, and then clusters, so it could be that all the empires spawn. I'm not too sure anymore. I'd have to probably check that with a friend at some point, but it used to be player clusters, which means all the players, the player-controlled empires, will spawn roughly in the same area, so you can meet each other quickly, a lot quicker. You can do your diplomacy, you can get your trade going, and even start a federation early. I would recommend, if it is clusters just for players, I would recommend playing clusters. Just it makes it a lot easier, and you can help one another out if one of you gets into an early war and stuff like that. Advanced neighbors, just AI starts. Don't really want that. Abandoned gateways and wormholes dictate how you move around the galaxy long distance in the shortest period of time. I usually leave these at 1 because, again, it can get a little bit weird. And guaranteed habitable worlds, I put at 2 all the time. Just means that when you are exploring, instead of just having 1 or none, you get 2, which means you get 2 guaranteed continental worlds. In my case, ocean worlds that you can spawn with for your main species. You will find other planets that you may have 0% or 20% or 30% or 50%, but you can there are ways to mitigate those habitability issues because they come with penalties. The lower the habitability, the more penalties you get to your population, either increased upkeep for your population and decreased output from jobs as well. But there are ways in which you can get around that later on through technology, through diplomacy, and other means as well. The standard endgame start year is, well, it should be 2,500. I was just messing around. The mid game is, we're going to put that at 2,500. Well, I think that's the basic. That's the standard sort of one. The mid game, you will have certain things that can happen by the mid game. Be it mid-game crises or things like the War in Heaven and the Khan, but those sort of things we'll get into later if we get that far. And the end game is when the crisis and the Fallen Empire awakenings can occur. Your crisis is the big baddie. That's the one you really want to look out for. That's the one that if you're aiming to beat the crisis, that's what your entire playthrough is basically gearing itself towards, is along with all the petty squabbles of an overcrowded galaxy or an annoying neighbor. When the real crisis starts, you'll start to see who the that those sort of things don't really matter, and you'll all be banding together, hopefully, to try and defeat the endgame crisis. Now, you can put that back all the way to the year 3000. Would not recommend, because the game hits, especially on the bigger galaxies, the game hits a ceiling for lag, and the end game lag can make those end game years a little bit painful to get through. I usually leave it at 2,500. Obviously, when you start messing around with the growth ceiling and stuff, they put those things in to try and reduce the lag. But until you get used to it, I would leave it at 2,500. And the mid games are good 2,004. It's 200 years after your spawn. Marauder Empires, they're fun. They're basically near the DLC of Apocalypse. The Marauder Empires are basically space pirates that you can eventually hire to raid other empires that you are feuding with, rivaling, and you can also, in the end, attack them, potentially take technology from them as well, and they can also grow into the mid-game crisis. So, yeah, I would have that too. It scales with the size of your galaxy as well. L-Dates, yes, you need Distant Stars story pack for that, but the L-Dates add in a new dimension that you usually get to by near the mid-game, which is really good fun. The Caravaneers, Meta Corporation is required. They're really good fun, and no doubt we'll investigate those as we go as well. Then Xenocompatibility, I usually leave this off just for performance reasons in the late game, but you can turn it on. And then you can get the Ascension perk of Xenocompatibility, which is a way to increase your pop. That's the reason that we turn it off, is so that you're not making more population for the endgame lag. Storm Chance. Now, obviously, you need one of the newest ones, which is Cosmic Storm DLC. I usually have these quite low. If you have them too high, the AI gets really into negating the storms, and it gets to a point where the storms barely happen at all. So what should be a sort of like a big cosmic moment, maybe some introduce a new level of fear or opportunity. A lot of AI empires will simply just fizzle out the storms or force them elsewhere immediately. The lower you have it, the less likely I think they are, and then the more of an event a storm is until these are sort of balanced. So I have 0.5 to 1.5 in the mid game, and then the strength just goes up the longer it's in. Void Worms, you need the Grand Archive, and the Tuthaloids as well. You need the Tuthaloids, you need the Grand Archive DLC, which is the most recent one, and it gives you a couple of new space fauna just to mess around with, and with a couple of new origins as well to potentially utilize or exploit those new space fauna. So once you're happy, hey Hapster, good to see you. Once you're happy with these, again, there are probably some guides online where you can, like, if you're worried about something, probably look at it to like meta it. Again, it just comes down to feeling. There's no wrong cost. If you want to play with a crisis strength of off or like 0.25, or you want to play with no crisis, that's entirely up to you. If you want to play on civilian, just so you can get used to the whole exploration, getting your economy sorted, engaging with other empires in diplomacy or fighting without worrying too much about a powerful rebuttal, then that's entirely up to you as well. There is no wrong way to play this game. No wrong way at all. It's entirely up to how you're feeling. In fact, I think it was Hamster who's in chat now that gave me the best bit, like gave the new player the best bit of advice that I never even considered. You can always load up into an empty galaxy just so you can get used to using your science ships, so you can get used to building your economy, so you can get used to researching your tech and finding out what works for you and going through your ascension tiers, and as well as sort of like going through the meeting of space fauna and going through your anomalies and things in your situation log. It can be a really good way just to get yourself situated in Stellaris so you know what to do, and then gradually add in more empires as well until you're comfortable. So once you're ready, you hit play. And then this is probably, I mean, I love the entire game, but there's no feeling like the start of a fresh Stellaris campaign. or you don't know where you're going to spawn, you don't know who's next to you, you don't know where anything is. It's completely random every time. So here it gives you a little brief overview of your empire. Each origin will give you a little bit of a little blurb here about the how your empire got to where it is. Not your blurb, but your origin. So ours is a history of oddities and inconsistencies. We found ancient city ruins older than some archaeological excavations of primitive villages. We have unearthed swords, axes, and even rifles which far predate stone-tipped spears and bows. A peculiar history did not, however, prevent us from stepping readily into a futuristic era of spaceflight. We have now managed to escape the gravity of our home planet, aiming for other planets and bodies in our solar system and beyond. We had scarcely left the atmosphere before the oddities emerged anew, strange signals of alien origin coming from within our own solar system. Begin! So, this is what you are met with when you first load up a game of Stellaris. This is your home system. So you see here the aquarium, you've got 28 population. You click on the planet or use this menu here. They've really refined this menu now. This is so much more user-friendly. One of the more recent updates is as you unlock new stuff, rather than just having one long continuous line, it's a lot more sort of like, you see your fleets, and you can see basically your government, so you've got your planets, your military fleets, your civilian ships, and your shipyards. Then for a condensed version, you've got that. So, a few things to look for. Number one, you press M, you zoom out to the galaxy map. You can see we spawned here. We're nicely in the middle, not too close to here, not too close to that edge. We've got plenty of room to expand. I typically focus on surveying. First of all, although, so you see here ocean world and desert world. Scratch that, we're going to go to our ocean world. The ocean world is one of our guaranteed habitable worlds. One tip that I picked up fairly early on in my Stellaris journey was that if your guaranteed habitables will spawn a maximum of 2 jumps away from your home system. So one spawned here, the other one could be here. So 1, 2, could be here, 1, 2, 1, 2, there, or there. So it's going to be in one of those ones we don't have information on, so it's probably going to be like round about here, somewhere like that. But since we've got eyes on an ocean world, we'll explore that system. You'll notice that if you click on these, it'll give you an overview of what it is. Ocean world, we know that's the one that we want. We know it's going to give us the best habitability. However, we cannot colonize because the system has not been surveyed. And we need a star base inside our border as well. So we're going to let our science ship sort that out. Now, part of the remnants origin that we have, it would give us a guaranteed archaeological dig site on our near our home system. So here, a string of strange anomaly readings is emanating from the surface of Flumot. We need to launch a surface excursion to find out more. These, excuse me, these archaeological dig sites are carried out by scientists. The level of the scientist doing the archaeological dig site will determine the likelihood and the speed of unearthing clues and moving on to the next stage. We have one scientist who is level 1. They gain experience by surveying, carrying out anomaly readings, completing situations, and by doing archaeological dig sites. Now, we have one scientist at the moment. We don't have that many resources, and we don't have enough unity yet to hire another scientist. However, we can build another science ship in preparation for that. So that's what I'm going to queue up as another science ship, because for me, we are slap bang in the middle of this little bit of space. We need to know where our choke points are. Where is the best place to build our defensive star bases? Are there any empires close by? Is there anything that we need to be worried about? Do we need to build defensive structures? That kind of thing. So I am we're going to leave it at normal speed. Here as well, pause is your best friend. If you find yourself with a lot of pop-ups, pause the game, take your time, read it. Don't try and rush through and make decisions just because you feel like you're being rushed. Pause it or slow it down to slowest and just chill. Take your time, run it at your own pace. There's no award for being on fastest and clicking the fastest. The game doesn't really care. So yeah, that's a little bit of text with regards to remnants, which is pretty cool. The dolphin xenologists have practically fallen over themselves to publish their takes on recent findings of alien life. This fevered storm in the scientific community has had some negative yet temporary impact on pursuits in other fields. So, once we've done our scientist exploring and we have another science ship being built, notice that costs alloys. These are your resources up here. You got your credits, your minerals, your food, your consumer goods, which we are making a ton of thanks to our civics, and our alloys as well. So you boost these by building specific districts, unlocking specific techs, and by building on in systems as well. So here we've got 3 minerals, 2 credits, and 2 research as well. Your research is broken down into 3. You got your physics, your society, and your engineering. All of those add up to your tech score, and each of those will influence how quickly you unlock technology. Where do you unlock your technology? Up here we've got 3 free spaces. So we've got our physics, we've got our society, and we have our engineering. Each field is specific for certain things. So physics is for your research. You also get certain energy weapon upgrades and shield upgrades as well, along with a myriad of other stuff from credits and your research speed and different buildings you can build on your planets as well. So we're going to go for energy credits because, you know, extra energy credits is always good early on. We're not a meta corporation or a trade empire, so we could do with some extra credits. Our society, we got food from farmers and anglers plus 20%, and star-based constructions plus 10%. We got our naval capacity from jobs and our naval capacity. Your naval capacity is here. If you go over 20, then your upkeep for your ships increases. Naval will give 25, so we'll get 45 naval capacity, so we could build 45 corvettes, or like 25 destroyers, 23 destroyers. And so on and so forth. Naval capacity, unless you are a warring empire or you're under direct threat of being attacked early on, I tend to not really worry about too much. We're going to focus on the food because we're already getting 3. And again, anglers and farmers, it's kind of our specialty, so we'll focus on. Engineering research. This is where you'll get your shield upgrades, your hull, a lot of your weapons are going to come through here, your kinetic weapons, your torpedoes and things, and your different ship types. So you'll unlock bigger ships, more powerful ships with more slots and different attributes, as well as improving your existing ships. We're going to unlock frigates straight away. See how each one has an individual or a different way of doing things? So 57 months, 67 months, 84 months. Don't worry too much about the time early on. You can boost that by exploring and building star bases in places with decent tech outputs. And on our main planet, you can build, you've got the resources, research labs as well, which will give you an approximately 7 across the board and will reduce the tech by like 10, 15 months, something like that. So, how do you know what to build? It's entirely up to you. I would look at the economy. We're doing well on consumer goods. We've got 3 industrial districts already. We're not doing so hot on minerals. And using our construction ship to expand and build, if we wanted to build these mining stations, we'd need 200 minerals, which we don't have. So when we get the minerals, we're probably going to build a mining district, and it will give you an approximation of how much they produce once the jobs are filled. And it will give you 12 extra minerals. Minerals are important early on because minerals build your buildings, they build your districts. And yeah, that's why they're so important. In order to build star bases, And your to build your star bases, you need 90 alloys, of which we only have 15, and you need influence as well. So building your early star bases, I would say in this case we would go for the ocean world once it's been fully surveyed, so that we can get another planet up and running as soon as possible. So we're going to let our little science ship go over there. You get an idea of where it has to go. Then yeah, it'll just, once it's finished, it will tell you in the top left, and then you can tell it to do something else. You can queue movements by holding down Shift, and then it will explore these systems once it's finished. So you can, if you've got a specific area that you want to blast through and to get information on, then you can do so by holding Shift. If they come across any situations or anything to research, they won't automatically do it, unless you tell them to in the this bit here. They'll just explore, and you could come back to do the anomalies later. The anomalies, which we'll get to in a bit, I would say just, actually no, we'll get to those in a bit. So your first contact protocol, what is it? Well, this will depend on, these options are available based on your empire type and your ethics. For example, we're spiritualist xenophiles, so we can greet them with open arms. Gain 50% more influence from each successful first contact process. First contact speed plus 10%. First contact is when you meet another alien empire or entity. It basically gives you the first hint of what they're like. If they're an aggressive empire, their first contact may be aggressive. If they're friendly, you might find like they've got the same similar sort of ethics to you, or if they're just a friendly empire in general, you'll find the first contact will go a lot smoother and a lot quicker, and will require less interaction with. The more difficult ones, the more aggressive empires, you may have extra special situations that happen that can be very, very everlasting consequences. But again, we'll get to that if and when we get to it. So we'll let that explore. We've got another science ship. Your leaders, Stellaris thankfully redid the leader stuff. So if you go over here, this is where you need, this is everything that you need. You got your situation log, gives you your, on here will give you all the situations you can research, your first contacts, your astral planes, your archaeological dig sites, any debris you can research as well. Here, your anomalies, as and when you unlock anomalies to do, they'll be here and they'll keep a lot of it. And your victory screen, you don't really need to worry about that. But yeah, the situation log, it's here. We are going to look at our leaders. Officials, we are 1 out of 3. First official is managing our planet. And they all start with randomized traits, except your ruler, which you, well, the ruler can have randomized traits as well, but the ruler you pick as the trait that you picked at the beginning for your empire creation. So our leader is Swole Plump, and they are a research speed plus 3%. In the leaders tab, we have Swole, 3%. We have our head of research, which is the council agenda speed plus 5%, which we'll get to in a bit. Our Minister of Defense doesn't give us any council boosts, which is usually empire boosts. You know if it's a council one because it will have the little symbol of the council there underneath the trait with a 1 next to it. And any normal traits will be 1 as well. Any negative traits, which they can pick up through certain things that happen during the game, situations, or just randomly gain negative traits, they'll be red and they'll tell you the thing that happens to them. So in our Minister of Defense, in our Minister of State, which is currently governing the aquarium over here, they have trade value plus 15% on their capital, on the world that they are governing. So here, they are governing the ocean world of the aquarium. They are giving us 15% trade value. So any trade that we make, 30, well, whatever trade we're making, they're making it 15% more. If you hover over the trade, you get an idea of where your trade bonuses come from. Same with your planet production, if you want to go into a lot of depth about that and upkeep. But the overall thing is what you're looking at here. is what each planet is popping out. This is an important window to manage in future because as and when you get more leadership slots available, you can start hiring leaders that are specialized in a certain area. So for example, if you have an alloy world where you're pumping out basically just straight alloys, which you'll need to upkeep your fleet and build ships and stuff, you may well find a governor that gives you an increased output of alloys or of a certain resource. You can hire them and put them on a certain planet to boost that resource production. But be careful, that's where your elections come in. They may well win an election, get taken off that planet and put into a leadership position, which again, if it happens, we'll get to. But for now, that's our leader over there. If we go to our military ships, which is here, the Ringing Shoal, you start off with 3 basic corvettes, and your Minister of Defense is the Admiral in it. Our ship's weapons range is plus 15%, which is decent. We're not using weapons with a lot of range, apart from the missiles here. But yeah, that's all. That 15% builds into your military power as well, which we'll get to the ship design bit in a bit. So in order to hire another leader, you select the ship, is down here. You'll see that it says this docked, and it's not doing anything. Our leader over here, our researcher, our explorer, is currently exploring in the Ancaster system, and it gives you a little bit of an idea there as well of what it's doing. We've got an archaeological dig site, which again is similar to the same thing here. We need a scientist to do, but we need it to be in our borders. So even more reason to put a starbase in that system as quickly as possible, so we get a guaranteed archaeological dig site. They're great fun. They give you random archaeological dig sites. There are certain ones that give you. Once you play the game more frequently and get used to it, you'll start to look out for certain dig sites. But the more you do, the more stuff you get from it. You get a chance of relics and all kinds of things. So yeah, you can see it's still doing that. So what are we going to do with this one? Well, we're going to hire a leader. Now you can go through the leadership thing, the leadership bit here, and you can scroll down and have a look. At the moment, they're nicely broken down into certain things, into their official, military, and science. This becomes significantly more chaotic, and you will find yourself moving between and sort of like sifting between the 3 to filter out the ones you're not needed. Over time, you may receive leaders of different species that can give you boosts and can give you different things. All depending on what that AI empire has in store for its ethics, its civics, its origins, etc., and what type of species they are. They may give you some innate traits that your species don't have that may be better for you. You don't know till it comes across. So we are looking for a scientist. So easiest way to do it, click on the ship that you want to have science on. It will say empty. You click on the plus, and then you can select your scientist. There are certain traits that are really, really good. For example, the anomaly research speed of plus 10% is really good when you're starting to research the anomalies you've left behind. It gets through them quicker, so it can be really good. Alternatively, if you know you've got a couple of archaeological dig sites like we do, especially the one with our origin, having one that goes through archaeological excavation speeds quicker is also really, really good. And then this one is a leadership experience gain, so it goes through levels quicker. It just levels up quicker, which is good as well. And the leader lifespan plus 10 years. Again, really good if you want to get a scientist up a little bit. Just give them a little bit of extra life and just give them a chance to level up to a higher level before they pass away or move on. 38 years old, 37, 36, 30. So that's the youngest one. Gives us 10% experience gain, but we're going to go with the archaeological dig site. Welcome back, Nova. So it's going to cost 100 unity. We're making 36 and we have 253 stored up. And it's going to cost us 2 unity per month. So we're going to say yes. It's here, and then the moment you have a scientist in your science ship, you can send them elsewhere. So I said that I think my habitable world is going to be like this. Nova, this is a stream aimed at beginners, so just to let you know. Why do you do this to me? What did your AI do? Did they just randomly attack you? I need some tips. I can give you some tips. So we're going to explore this way. Once you start to see choke points, like this, for example, here. This line up here goes all the way 1, 2, 3 planets. 3 planets in a single line that they have to go through to get to here. So if this is all locked off up here and that's the only way through, then we're going to go up that way. Yeah, we'll see. The more we explore, the more you know. They spawned the Great Khan and did it like level 25 places. Oh, the Great Khan is great, except when it spawns directly next to you. So this is one that can pop quite early. So the Habitable Worlds survey is that you have to basically survey systems of just any planet type. When you do that, you get some rewards. Alternatively, if this pops quite late, or you're cut off from exploring, and you just want the extra unity, which can be really useful early, then you can just say, nope, we've got more important matters to focus on, and you gain straight away 265 unity. Hey, Brain! Yes, Stellaris tutorial. So we've already made our empire and gone through some things of that. Now we're talking about the early game, what to look out for, what each resource means, and how to navigate your way around stuff. Hey, Silver's good to see you. This is with all the DLC. We're playing with all the DLC, but I think once you've got a grasp, the fundamentals stay the same regardless of how many DLCs you have. And I think myself, when I started playing, I didn't have a very good grasp of the fundamentals, so I struggled a lot. Whereas now I'm fairly confident with it. So I thought, hey, if you've got questions, if anyone wants to know anything, then I'll do my best to answer. The save is done, as it's a failure. Oh no. 20k fleet of animals versus... yeah, that could be over. Yes. No, sorry, Damon Brain. I'll get into that probably because I had issue with my eye. I had an issue with my eye yesterday. So I didn't... yeah, I was kind of not in the mood for anything, I'm afraid. Hey, Feemaster, I take the unity. The quest is good, but getting your AP picks faster. Yes, your ascension perks we're going to get to in a second. But yes, I agree. The AP faster is better. But I think it'll be quite good fun for people to see. We'll say yes, because I think it'd be good fun for people to see the results of that. So we've got our scientists over here trying to work out what the best way is, how many routes into our homeworld. You'll notice this popped. Unity. What is it used for? Hey, Witchy, good to see you. Thank you for popping in. Traditions. Traditions cost Unity. What are they? Welcome to more menus and more screens. Do not be put off. This is where you can mold your empire into whatever you want it to be. What do I mean by that? Well, it's all in alphabetical order, rather than, what should you pick compared to what should you not pick. And there are a lot more now. Again, a lot of these will be locked behind Origins, which may be locked behind DLCs. A lot of this may be locked behind, like, for example, psionics. We need to have mind over matter and psionic theory researched before we have access to that tree. Aptitude was a leadership one, which you need a DLC for. Archivism, and domestication, you need the Grand Archive DLC. Yeah, my eye's okay. It's okay. It's just I had a really bad morning yesterday, but thankfully, it seems to be okay now. So we were meant to do the stream yesterday. It's today instead. So far, so good, but we will be taking a 10-minute break or so at some point. But yeah, this is just a stream where we can hopefully answer some questions, get through some early game stuff, the stuff that I struggled with, and we can help some folks out. Yes, but I find rushing to get your second Diplo perk or second Supremacy perk to be better than waiting. 100%, Feedmaster, 100%. That sort of stuff is very, very powerful. and is very, very good at keeping your empire above others and just giving you more options for things. I agree. But again, we're making 34 unity a month already. So we're not exactly going to be missing that 265 too badly. But if your empire isn't spiritualist and you're only cranking out between 10 and 15 unity per month, then it may become more of a viable tactic for taking. But yeah, we went spiritualist and xenophile, so well, our unity's going to be good anyway. Stopped in, stay high, I'm off to visit my mum and cook her dinner. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you so much for popping in. Appreciate it. You can always fire your questions through through DMs if you want to, and then catch up the stream later. So, what do you take, and what do each one do? Well, without going into each individual one, all at the same time, your main ones, I would say, expansion. Your colony development speed is plus 25%. That's just for taking it. So once you take it, your colony development speed, which is when you colonize a new planet, is 25% quicker. Really, really good. When you adopt it, every time your meter gets full, you have a choice of picking a tree branch of your specific tradition. So this one, for example, new colonies starting with one additional population, very good as well, very powerful. You get more jobs filled, more jobs means more empire output, means more resources. And the star-based influence cost minus 10% is also very, very good when you're looking to do more star bases. Instead of costing 90 influence, it will cost like 75, I think it goes down to, or something like that. Two best star traditions in my eyes, discovery and prosperity. Yes, yeah, we'll get to those two in a second. Those are the two I was going to talk about. Once you picked say, for example, you pick colonization fever, your next one, you can go pop growth speed plus 10%. Again, very, very good early game, very good all game. Population speed growth speed is just good all round. Once you've taken this, you get empire size from systems and empire size from planets minus 25%. This, I'm still in. When it comes to this, empire size to me doesn't really matter that much. You don't need to. It used to be something I worried about a lot, but I just realised now it doesn't. There are ways to mitigate your empire size. You'll find yourself going over your empire size very quickly. The more that you explore. Hey, Crystal, welcome in. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. That's an adorable emote of a flaming snowman. But yeah, so the empire size, it feels like something you should be worrying about because it's up there on your main bar, and there are penalties when it goes to expanding control districts, etc., and high empire size and whatnot. I just find that empire size can be mitigated just by having, ironically, more population. The more jobs that you have filled, it's not necessarily something you have to worry about. And then once you've completed all the trees of the expansion, you will have adopting all expansion traditions grants max districts, non-artificial planets only, +1, which is big, and ascension perks on lot 1 as well. The ascension perks we'll get to in a bit when we get to our first one over here. The second one that I think is worth is diplomacy. Well, diplomacy could be. Supremacy is a good one. If you're already aggressive, to be honest. But discovery here is your survey speed is 35%. If your science ship gets attacked by something, then you have a 50% chance of disengaging safely without losing your scientist or your ship. More importantly, your scientist. The amounts of heads of research I've lost just because I've blindly sent them into the unknown and kind of forgot about them, it's worrying. We have to put it now on the recruiting pamphlet of all our empires, and we haven't always got the best scientists. Once you've unlocked that, you can do this, which is your research subsidies for your edicts, which we'll get to later. But more importantly, your research station output by 20% and research from star-based constructions increased by 20% as well. Here, you've got your scientist capacity +1. That's when we looked in our leaders. It said 2 out of 3. We're now 3 out of 3. If we take this one, we get to have an extra scientist, which means an extra scientist on a tech world, on a tech planet, or an extra scientist in a science ship doing its exploring thing. And your starting skill level for your scientist is +1, so you get to choose an additional perk or increase a perk as well. Always appreciate it. Thank you, Crystal. It's something to say. I've wanted to do a stream like this for a while now, so it's really nice to actually do one. Also helps refresh my memory as well. It's always like when you're revising for exams, it always helps to like help one another with your revision and stuff, because when you talk to someone, even when you just talk out loud, the information seems to be retained a little bit better. Something I read about that anyway. Don't think it helped for me, but you know, never mind. This one as well, you get leader pool size +1 and leader experience gain +10%. That's leader pool size +1, where you can choose when your leader pool refreshes, you get +1 extra. So instead of just having 3 scientists to choose from, you'll have 4 scientists to choose from, and your leaders gain more experience quicker. And your faith in science is your research upkeep -20%. So that's your main jobs here. For example, your population, your researcher, your upkeep will be slashed by 20%. Notice how you will have upkeep for individual jobs, as well as here as well. Your upkeep is mostly either minerals, consumer goods, and food when you're a bio empire like me. Some jobs do require other upkeeps like Unity sometimes and other things like that, but again, it will tell you before you build anything what the upkeep is. So it's always worth double checking just to make sure you can afford it. Also remember that if you're building lots of alloy and lots of industrial districts, it costs quite a few minerals to upkeep. So if we were to build another one right now, for example, it would cost us 12, which means we would go down to -5 on our minerals, which means we'll lose 5 minerals per month. So it's always worth thinking about, just keeping an eye on your output. The other one, prosperity, is the one I usually go for, because by adopting it, your mining station output is +20%, which is really good. So whenever you build a mining station on here, you will get 20% extra. So we'll get an extra 2 from that straight away. We get an extra 1 on that, at 0.3 or something on that. And then as we go, the more mining stations that we get, the more mineral output that we get. As well as that, when you start taking it, this is where your building and your district upkeep. So again, all those things we looked at just a minute ago with the districts, with your districts and your buildings costing food, consumer goods, etc., and other resources, -10% on your upkeep, which is again is really, really good. Here, builders and districts have their build costs reduced by 10% and their build speed increased by 25%. So instead of taking 500 days, it would only take 475 or something like that. Again, just making things quicker. You always forget the upkeep cost at the beginning of the districts. Yes, it's also, until you're familiar with running an economy in Stellaris, it's just worth looking at. Before you hit build, pause, do some math if you need to, or just say, can I take the hit on that? Yes, I've got enough minerals. I've got another planet with a free slot. I'll just build a mining station. Build a mining district. Over here, upkeep from jobs -5%, good for your overall job reduction, and resources from jobs +5% as well. That's all jobs. Or is it just your standard? It could just be your workers. I think it's for more. But 5% output on all of them is worth it. I'm going to take, because I haven't taken it in such a long time, expansion, because it's going to work really well when it comes to colonization. You'll notice that when you took the tradition, it said that we unlocked a new council agenda. This is your council. This is where anyone with a councillor perk can really boost your empire. In some cases, they gain negative traits, which affect your empire as well, but we can hire and fire any councillor apart from our revered elder, which is Swoleplump, the one that we made in our initial leadership, in our initial empire creation. Heads of research has got the council agenda to be +5% as well, which means it's +5%. So it's a tiny bit quicker than having no extra speed. Each bit of your council will have can have a leader with a little bit of bonus. So, for example, our Minister of Defense doesn't give us anything. So if we wanted to, we could buy another one which gives us ship's weapons damage plus 2%, or one that gives us an additional 5% council agenda speed, or one which gives us leadership experience gain plus 5% as well. It costs unity, and if we hire another commander without a planet to put them on or a ship to put them on, they won't be doing anything with their normal traits. For example, if our Ministry of Defense didn't have a ship to go on, it would have a little green tick next to your leaders, a little green tick here to say that they are free and ready to do stuff. Again, not really something you need to worry about too early. If you can afford the leadership, you can afford the output, and you can afford to don't go over your leader capacity, your leadership cap, then you won't incur any penalties, and you can just have a leader ready. Even if it's just just so you can have someone in the council doing stuff, that's entirely up to you. We're going to let the game run for a bit, so we can discuss what's going on with our home planet. So planets will have breakdowns like this. They'll give you, because it's our capital, they will already have two temples because we're fanatic spiritualist, and one research. Other ethics types, other government types may have different starting buildings. Certain origins will have certain starting buildings as well. So you'll see that your capital will change. Your starting planet will change based on how you set up your empire. You'll notice here we've got lots of different icons. The main ones you need to look out for when you first start to play Stellaris are your available jobs, your amenities, basically this little bit here, unemployment, jobs, and amenities. Amenities, the more population that you have, the more amenities that you need. You can gain amenities by building certain districts with certain jobs. So, for example, your clerks will give you 3 amenity with each job, as well as trade value. I tend to, if you're going to micromanage, you can. So if you really wanted to go into depth of your micromanaging, then you can reduce the job priority, which means if you only want 2 clerks, so we're going to get an extra population in 1 month. So next month we're going to have 1 person filling that, so our amenities will go to 4. If you don't want to have any clerks and you want to switch up your jobs to something else, then you can do. That's entirely up to you. For now, I would say just let your jobs grow and your population grow organically. Let them fill out the jobs. And then we can focus on what we need up there. So just for now, let your jobs grow organically. Don't go mad just because you can build something. It says building can support construction of additional buildings. Building buildings and building districts. This is something I never knew when I first started playing, by the way. Would create jobs. Those jobs are not automatically filled. Those jobs are filled when the population has grown. So managing what jobs, knowing what you need early on, is a really good way of making sure that you don't have a lot of districts, a lot of buildings costing you stuff without generating anything. So we'll wait for that to grow. Again, it's not going to be too long, so 18 months, what, year and a half, so that's fine. This is we have an anomaly over here in the Ancaster system.
Space charts updated.
That's your system surveyed, so you know that your scientist has finished surveying something. So we'll pause it. We've got a few things up there to look at. So, what is an anomaly? An anomaly is something that can be discovered by scientists when they finish while they are surveying a system. Anomalies have a difficulty rating, 1 through 10. They directly relate to your scientist level. If you've got a level 2 scientist like we do now, you'll notice that survey speed per level increases by 10%. Archaeological skill and astral risk skill increase by 1 as well. Sometimes you will have traits like we looked at before with another leader. I bring up my scientists again, where you have anomaly research speed plus 10%. So if you wanted to, if you find yourself with a lot of anomalies, and your good scientist is off, your high-level scientist is off doing some high-level anomalies, some high-level archaeological dig sites, or is just generally engaged with research or on a planet doing research, then you can hire someone with a specific trait that will aid you in the speed of researching your stuff. In this case, we're not too fussed because it's very early game. The more important thing that we're trying to do at the moment is learn where our choke points are, where the other empires are, what's close to us. We'll come back and do the anomalies later. So, our scientist has surveyed a couple of systems, discovered an anomaly, and has thus leveled up. That is notable by the ping here. It says leader level up, head of research, Watergate has leveled up to level 2. You click on this, it takes you to this page. This is where I said that you can either give your scientist a new trait or upgrade an existing one. So for example, our head of research is on the council. We can increase the agenda's research speed by 10%. By an additional 5%, sorry, so it'll go up to 10%. Really powerful for a council. We've also got Eye for Talent, which is a councillor. All leaders gain experience 5%, an extra 5% quicker. A little bit of extra experience whenever they do stuff. Or Intuition, the anomaly research speed. So 10%, that's the one we were looking at hiring the other scientist for. Now our level 2 is going to have Intuition as well. You select it, you say okay, and it is immediately added to your scientist. Right there. Thank you, Crystal. Again, it's just something I've wanted to do for a while, and it's nice to have the space to do it. It's really nice. I want more people playing Stellaris. I want more people playing. Survey system completed. Gives you a little ping. If you hover over it, it gives you a ping of which system it was. They know which scientist to look at. Our scientist is now going to go onto here. We're still hunting our second guaranteed habitable world. Hopefully it's not going to be on the front line somewhere. Let right-clicking gets rid of the notification. So, traditions. We're not looking at hiring any more leaders for the moment, so we've got unity to burn. So we are going to go for Starbase influence cost minus 10%, which means that now we can go over to our construction ship. We can right-click, and you can build a Starbase outpost. Now, outposts are needed because we cannot build mining districts, we cannot excavate archaeological dig sites, we cannot do anything in that system until we have a Starbase in there. So you build it, costs us less influence now and the same amount of alloys, but we've got enough alloys. It's not a problem. Why are we picking this system? It's like I said before, we've got an ocean world there, which is 90% habitable for our home species, our main species. So we're going to take that first so we can maybe get another planet up and running a lot quicker. Ideally, I would like to go through a few more of these to make sure that we get the best colonization option. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. Notice how desert worlds... Notice we got 3 desert worlds. That really sucks. 120, 118, 112. That's the size of the planet. The size of the planet directly relates to how many districts a planet will have to build with. There's a maximum of 20, but certain origins and certain potential situations that can arise in the game will give ones that are bigger. Do not worry. They are not necessarily a lost cause. For example, these planets can be habited by a species with desert world or even arid world or savanna world habitability. You can habitate these ones yourself if you really wish, but notice that you will have 100% upkeep, 100% amenities usage, and minus 50% resources and pop growth on that planet as well. And unless you are completely stuck, it's not worth doing. I would say it's worth waiting to maybe find a species that can have a higher opportunity of habitating that planet, or you can terraform, which is sort of like mid-game technology. Unless you know how to min-max it and get it fairly early on, you can over a long period of time, you can terraform those desert worlds into ocean worlds for your species. But I would say it's quicker to open up diplomatic channels and get a desert species in there and give them a planet. Obviously, then those their traits and their species will have a priority on those planets. So you have to just keep an eye on that to off-kilter your resources and your upkeep a little bit, but we'll get to that later. Another scientist has leveled up. Oh no, our revered elder. So the one that we made at the start in our empire creation has leveled up. We're going to stick with, we've got lead experience gain and council agenda speed. We're going to stick with the research. We now get 6% extra research from jobs, our research speed, which means that our technology is going to be slightly quicker. All of this is based on where our research is. So we've got most physics research, which is why that's taken a little bit less. So, what are we going to do on our first planet? Well, like I said, minerals are an issue. We're about to hit that pop. So we're going to build a mining district. Costs us 300. We've got 300. We build it. The upkeep is 1 money. We're making 37. Not a problem. They go there. We're going to take the new colony, start with 1 additional pop, because we now have a starbase in this system. We can now colonize our new ocean world if you wish. First of all, how much is that going to cost? 200. If you find yourself struggling for resources early on and you have no one to trade with, there is no harm in clicking on here. Left click takes you to the market. This is an internal market. So the more that you buy, the more expensive it's going to be. But you can at least top yourself up and sell resources that you don't necessarily need. So we've got 1,000 consumer goods. We're making 23. We'll sell 250 or 335 energy credits. So we can go to our minerals, and we're gonna buy a couple of hundred. If you don't want to go too much, if you have enough credits, you can buy monthly. The 10 minerals monthly will cost us about 15 credits, 16 credits a month, which you can do if you wish. But because we've started to build a mining district, and we've got some extra, we're fine for now. 2 leaders can upgrade. Our Minister of State is yet to have a council perk, as much as I like the trade, though. Ooh, all the extra unity as well. I'm gonna go trade focus. We'll get some extra money. And our Minister of State has leveled up as well. We're gonna go for ships weapons range as well. Build up into that. This is an agenda. You always start with, well, as far as I understand it, I only ever played Empires that start with the infinite opportunities agenda already started when the game starts. When it's ready, you'll notice that when you launch it, it gets 10% citizen pop happiness, which directly builds into your immunities and your general happiness of the planet and how you're doing. Immunities also affect stability in some way, in a way as well. The happier your people are, the more stable the planet is. The stability of a planet gives you effects from high stability, gets you extra resources, extra trade value, extra immigration pull as well, so your population goes up a little bit quicker. The higher your stability, the more resource from your pop. If you get to really low stability, then you can risk a rebellion or an uprising and have to deal with that as well. So we're going to click it. You'll also notice that there is an initial modifier. So when that is selected, we're already getting 4%. When we launch it, we now get 10%. So that frees up an agenda slot. This is where you can unlock different ones based on tradition trees. You can get different ones based on just how your society is formed. So more military, you can get more militaristic ones, etc., etc. So this one, for example, if we had multiple planets to colonize, we could do extra colony speed on top of the tradition that we've already got, which is very, very useful. Reorganizing the council. you can change what each council, apart from the Revered Elder, what you can change which council or which councillors you have in play. An uprising is just fun gameplay nobody ever participates in. Exactly. An extra thing to look at. It's great fun. Welcome in Alderath. Welcome to the beginner-friendly stream. Any questions, then please go ahead. Open Arms gives you pop growth from immigration, extra trade value, and your Xenophile ethics attraction increases as well. We'll get to factions as and when they spawn. Expanding the council unlocks the extra additional slot. Evolving Society gives you extra unity, large amounts of extra unity, and a higher purpose is pop happiness and spiritualist ethics attraction as well. You also gain 50 unity per priest work that's employed. Currently we are looking at 4, so that would give us 200 unity on top of what we've got already. We're going to go for Evolving Society because I liked the extra unity output. That should give us an extra 4, boost us back up to 30. Unity is important because not only does it unlock your traditions, it also means that your leaders are purchased with Unity and have a Unity upkeep as well. Unity is one of the specialist aspects of being a spiritualist empire. You get a temple, which no other player gets unless they're also spiritualist. Very important because it gives you unity and immunities. Normally, most empires, and we probably still will buy one, have one at some point, rely on Hollow Theatres for most of their unities, or Clerks for most of for their immunities as well. Whereas us, we can get the immunities from a temple and extra unity. We're making a lot of consumer goods, so we may pump out a couple of more temples once our minerals are there. Notice how the game prioritized our miners over our clerks. That's why our immunities drop down to 1. That's why I say it's important to know what you want before you do it and to make sure you can do it. And if you wanted to prioritize a specific job, you can prioritize your clerks, you can prioritize your miners, etc., etc. But now we're fine with the extra minerals. That's going to make our lives a lot easier. So you're doing that. If you want to colonize, you can do so. You can colonize. Thankfully, they added the founders only species button, which is great. But for now, it's the only species in our empire. So if you want to colonize, you'll notice it will cost you 200 food, 200 consumer goods, and 200 alloys. If you have the resources, then happy days. Click it and then have it done. I'm going to wait just a little bit because I want to get my food up a little bit more. Our archaeologist is going up a level 2, so we're going to make it level 2. For now, I'm going to take these mining stations and get those resources. Still looking for our guaranteed habitable worlds. So we touched briefly on our fleets. We got our Minister of Defense for the ship's weapons range. Well, what does that mean? Well, fleet management. This is great. I never used to use fleet management. I was a noob when it came to fleet management. Now it's my best friend. Any ship types you have, you can add in here. You can create new fleets where you can add corvettes and then have 5. You can go here, add a couple of more to your ships. And then you can go reinforce all. However, we're not going to do that because we don't have the naval capacity for each for multiple fleets yet. Well, we do, but we want to put as many in one fleet as possible. So, in our fleet, we have 3 corvettes. Hey, Silvers, I'm still waiting for them to allow us to reorder fleets. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, the reinforce all is great. But I would like to, if my entire fleet gets destroyed, I'd like to say, can I reorder from template 1, please? So for now, we have a commander limit of 3 out of 20, which means we can maximize our fleet capacity by putting in 20 corvettes. Corvettes cost one fleet capacity, and 1 naval. So if we have 20 corvettes, will be our fleet maximum and our naval capacity maximum as well. Other ships, bigger ships, cost more. You get destroyers, which cost 2, cruisers, which cost 3, battleships, which cost 4. Was it cruisers? Cruisers are 4. Battleships might be 6. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, maybe 8 actually. And then your Titans, which are 16. Again, we'll get to that later. Ship designer. This is where you can leave, if you're not too sure to begin with, leave auto-generate design on, and it will generate what the game believes to be a good fleet, a good ship. A good ship. Same with your defense platforms, but we'll get to those later. I like to min-max my ships a little bit. For example, if I know an enemy has bad shields but good hull, I will try and make it so that my ships do at least one that has shield penetration, and then the rest will be like armor and hull damage. So that's probably what I'm going to use. Turn auto generate off. Auto upgrade, yes. The more every time you upgrade technology through the technology screen. Say for example, we get a better reactor. Auto upgrade will be on, which means that your ships will be able to automatically. You can just upgrade your ships and it'll upgrade it to the newest stuff. It doesn't mean that the ships will get added new weaponry. If you unlock different missiles or different guns, different lasers, laser weapons, then it won't automatically upgrade them to the newest one. You'll have to manually go in and add them on. But for now, I don't want to spend all my alloys on upgrading my fleet because we have another ocean world. Nice. So now we know where our ocean world is. We're going to start building our star bases towards it. 23 is decent. That's why I didn't want to colonize the 13 straight away. I want to colonize the 23. The bigger the planet, the higher priority it should be given to colonize early. Noticing now we've got anomalies cropping up all over the place. That's good. We're going to go through with a sweep later on when our scientist with the survey, with the anomaly research speed, is a higher level. Good at having fleet 1, 2, 3, then 6, 7, and 4 hit bothers you. Yeah, just be able to drag and drop would be quite nice. Every time I see the fleet designer, I break out in a cold sweat and go back to planetary micromanagement. If I can double my economy, I can brute force any problem with terribly designed ships. Yes. On another ocean world. Wow, look at that. So we got 2 guaranteed here and another one there at 20. Wow, streamer privilege. Streamer privilege. Crikey. I love CK3. Is this worth getting? Is it hard? I've played both. I've played a lot less CK3, I'll admit. But like with CK3, when I came to understand CK3's vassal system and the air system, a lot of other things kind of like fell into place. With Stellaris, it's very similar. When you learn the economy, and when you learn how when you stop getting overwhelmed like I did with CK3's menus and things, and you gradually grow into it, it's worth getting. A lot of people say that Stellaris is the easiest of Paradox's 4X strategy games. I like to view it as it comes down to what you enjoy most. I love sci-fi. So the idea of playing a game set in space and managing a space empire with cool space stuff going on all the time, I found it clicked with me more naturally than it did with the CK3. And Stellaris is as complicated as you want it to be. It's as complicated as you want it to be. You can turn all the settings down to low, have no AI empires at all, and just work on exploring, learning what the scientists do, getting used to all the pop-ups, running an economy, colonizing worlds, and you can and then you can gradually add AI empires into it. Or if you're playing with friends, it's great with playing with friends because you can help support each other as well. You love like role-playing stuff? Oh, role-play is my thing. I love the role-play. You can role-play your empire however you want. For example, we are spiritualist and friendly. So every time we meet an AI empire, we're going to be friendly. We're going to be nice. We're going to open up diplomatic relations, and we're not going to rely on war necessarily to get our way. We're going to rely on a strong economy. We're going to rely on a decent fleet, so they know they can't mess with us. And we're going to rely heavily on our 3 envoys to be friendly, to open up diplomatic routes, to get research packs, and all those other wonderful goodies that a good solid friendship gets you. Hey Aztec, I find the barrier for entry in Stellaris is lower than other grand strategy games, but also much more complex at the higher end with a huge amount of content based on how long it's been out. Yes, like every long-running grand strategy game, it suffers from that feeling of being overwhelmed. Unless you've played it for a while, a lot of pop-ups and a lot of like maps, a lot of stuff on maps can be overwhelming. I find it that you don't necessarily, and again, you don't necessarily have to play with DLCs. You can ease yourself in with the base game, and then the DLCs, they have a lot of sales on DLCs as well, and 3 weeks as well to trial the game. They do tend to do that, so stay tuned to their like socials, because you will find that they do have decent offers on a lot of the older DLC. Yeah, no worries, Tom. That's what this stream is here for. And again, if I struggle to answer anything, I've got some very knowledgeable folks in chat who can help me muddle through if necessary. Another expansion, we're going to go for pop growth speed, so that when we start colonizing these new worlds, we can fill them up with folks, more swolfins, as quickly as we can. So here, I don't know where this goes, but this branches off into multiple access routes. And it's a black hole system as well. Black holes have the potential to give you dark matter. Black holes also have the potential to give you nasty stuff. So, again, be careful who you send there. I'm not sending my head of research to explore that one. I'm going to send them this way. So do you make your own ruler? Oh, yes. Yeah. I make my own ruler. I wouldn't say there are characters, but much like CK3, when you have a ruler or a marshal or a steward, someone that gives you an immense bonus to how much money you can make, or how much research they do, or a certain aspect that they excel at, when that vassal dies, when your leader dies, you feel it in your bones. You feel it. Especially as well, when I stream this regularly, I like to give viewers an opportunity to name something. When a viewer dies in game, it's a sad moment. It's a sad moment. It's a real sad moment. Especially you can get legendary leaders as well. You can get oracles. You can get highly rated scientists and commanders. Commanders as well. There are some commanders with traits that have like extra fleet size that can add on like an extra 35 fleet cap. When that leader dies, oh, that hurts. That does hurt. Yeah, you can create your own rule, but it's fairly basic. It is, yeah, it is. So I decided my ruler should wear that. It got the Spark of Genius trait, which is extra research speed, but apart from that, it's not as in depth on that side of things as CK3. Don't tell me it's another... Wait, what? Oh, it's a Grim... Wait, have we got the... Oh, we do. Oh, the Shrouded World. Fun. Such a cool world. So how frequently does it change between Shrouded and colonizable? Every year or something? Speed up a bit. Here you go. So now it's back into a Gaia world. And you can colonize a level 23 Gaia world. Gaia is the best planet type you can get in game. Most species will have a preferred planet type. For ours, it's ocean, and desert world is 0. On a Gaia, it's 100% habitability, whatever your planet preference is. So getting a Gaia world early or at all is very, very powerful. 3 months. You know, you got it last week. Ah, you see? Told you chat will know. We're going to go for intuition again. Our first technology. Now we're going to get extra credits. I need to start a new research. So we've got improved shields for our fleets, improved survey speed for our science ships, or fusion reactor. I'm going to take fusion reactor because when it comes to your designing your ships, even if you leave it on auto-generate, unless you have the power, it will not upgrade. And it will not put the best stuff on if you cannot afford the power output. So you can upgrade your ships as much as you want with your shields, with your armor, with your weapons, but if you don't have the power, it will not add it on to your into your fleet. So I'm going to go for fusion reactor. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about the time. We're going to crack on that now that we've got decent planets to colonize. We're going to take the 24 ocean world first. Going to be our species. We've got the food. We've got everything that we need. It's not a problem. So you notice here, I said to look out for your unemployment and your available jobs. On the right-hand side, when it has a red, you hover over it, it says you have unemployed pops, which means that there's no valid auto migration destination, which means we don't have another planet for this population to travel to for employment. However, we have a lot of space. We have buildings available and we have districts. First of all, in features, you'll notice. In here you'll notice that we got 5 districts, but we have 3 taken up by planetary features. You hit on features, you have blockades. You have natural sort of like blockers. So you've got 2 industrial wastelands and 1 sprawling slums. The slums, I didn't do this earlier, completely forgot. The moment you have 300 credits, you should probably get rid of the slums. The reason being is that you get 1 population. If you look at where it says the max districts, the time to clear and the cost, on clearing it, you get 1 extra pop, which is, again, an extra job to be filled. So before we clear that, we're going to give them something to move into. I said that our amenities are lowish, and our unity has dropped. We're going to build another temple. We're going to build another temple, get more amenities, get more unity, and then we're also going to queue the sprawling slums. So the moment the temple is finished, the sprawling slums will start to be done as well. Queuing stuff is a really good way. If you know, for example, that the next planet you have is going to be exclusively for alloy production, you can hit alloys, and then if you've got the resources to burn, you can queue up a number of industrial districts, so you know what that planet is going to do, and the population will fill in naturally and take up those jobs. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Temple into sprawling slums. Hey Nemesis, when you get rid of slums, do the people who were evicted from their homes at least some state of finance? Yes. So yeah, those population will go straight into employment and will be given in our policies. Where's our living stat? Oh, in species, isn't it? Sweet. You get full citizenship. Those civilians will get full citizenship. Extra tradition available. Now we're going to go for the starbase upkeep because we're starting to expand a little bit. We don't want to put too much into our starbases. The act of clearing the slums is effectively making it a nice habit. Yeah, that's what I think, is upgrading the housing. There you go. In the black hole system, we now have dark matter, potentially. When we get the technology, we could get dark matter. Dark matter really is part of the specialist resources. You don't need to worry about the rare resources just yet. You don't need to. Early game, it's all about managing your fundamentals and exploring. Surveying that. More of the Truth Sayer. So the black hole systems are named after, I believe, people who have worked on Stellaris in the past and or currently. So that's DJ Truth Sayer's black hole system, I believe. It's so cool. Right.
A
So
system has been charted.
system's been surveyed. It's fine. We're gonna move on to Web as well. We have Unity coming in. We're going to create another science ship once that colony ship is done. Colony ships can take a bit of time to create. There are ways to reduce the... Oh, that is a very good system to get to. Notice how this system funnels into basically directly into our home system. If we put a starbase there, that prevents anyone from those multiple systems having... It's only one way through to our empire from this way. Put a choke point in that, and we're going to be good on that side. So, every 10 years, like we said, it's going to be a democratically elected leader. So, if you have Unity to burn, you can increase the support of a certain leader. For example, at the moment, it's our Minister of State that is got the most ballots. Our Swolplump is not doing great in the polls at the moment. The preferred leader class is official over scientist, which is why we're losing 10% on a preferred leader class. Ethics is fine. The existing ruler is already 10%. It's 5% more than council. So yeah, it's up to you. It really is up to you. If you know you want your Unity to go towards traditions, if you've got a certain tradition you're saving for, or another couple of leaders you're looking to hire, it's entirely up to you. This is where I say that you can really have a real switch up in your government, in your councillor positions as well. Because if Swolplump loses that and our Minister of State wins, our Minister of State with the extra trade boost is going to go into a position of power, and we're going to get a scientist with no planetary output whatsoever, aside from their leadership, apart from their level, no bonuses to planets whatsoever. So if that matters a lot to you, then you can artificially increase the support for 220 Unity. Like it says, the cost scales with empire size. So the larger your empire, the more it's going to cost to interfere, or not necessarily interfere, but to interfere with the election, to run an advertising campaign. But we've got 178 days left, so these points may change depending on what people think. So we're going to let that run for a while. Yeah, lobbying, that's the correct word. Lobbying, not interfering undemocratically. It's called lobbying. That's the one. Thank you, Aldereth. So very little change. We're going to stop. We're not going to take that straight away because we might want to influence this. We will. Increase support. That may prompt a reaction. Very legal, dry moral. Yeah. So, our first encounter. You hit the little go to button and it takes you to the system where you encountered them. And if you know your game, you can pretty much already see that these are probably mining drones. There are a number of space fauna and AI entities that float in space and will move from system to system or inhabit certain systems. The only way to know for sure is on the map, you have a little first contact sign. This is where your envoys come into play. So you can click on the exclamation mark here and you can select an envoy. Envoys don't have any traits. They serve a very simple purpose to engage in diplomacy. So we're going to have Harsh Wavemaker set, and this little Swolfin will start to work out either through diplomacy or just through working out what the hell is going on, and you'll get regular updates as and when they hit certain points.
Technology secured.
Another technology, extra food, that's good. We're going to go for fleet supremacy. Fleet supremacy means our fleet command limit is plus 20, not our naval capacity. That means our fleets will be able to hold 40 ships, but will only have half of the ability to manage that navy. Oh, hello. Yep, Swole Plump is in power, so our leadership hasn't changed. And also gained a level. That only works if you are on a planet. It will have a little X and will be grayed out if that particular leader at this particular time cannot use it. For example, our normal scientist, who's the archaeologist, won't be able to, can still get counselor traits, but won't have them used and active until they're on the council. So, for example, if Swole Plump had lost and then still leveled up, we would have taken the unifier trait and popped them straight into work on our capital. But since they're still councillor, we're going to take the extra minerals, please. Likewise, if our archaeologist is here, starts getting opportunities for councillor perks, and maybe, you never know, our head of research is getting a bit old or has a couple of negative traits, you can swap your councillors around. At no penalty, really, as far as I've found. Swap your councillors around to maximise your council efficiency. Red ships on your map indicate potential hostile threats that you don't know about, especially if they've got a question mark. You don't know who they are, but you know if you go near them, the chances are you're probably going to be hostile. We have 2 here. We've got 3 envoys. Let's just get our envoys working. Time for them to earn their pay. No orders. Okay. They no longer exist. Something happened to them where they no longer exist. Interesting. Automatically, your envoy will basically be freed up as and when the allotted time limit is over. We have a new colony, which is added to our sector. Sectors are important. We'll go through them if we need to. At the moment, all the planets we can colonize seem fairly close to our capital system, so no real threats there. We have a scientist. We are going to hire one and pay the penalty. Just so we can experience this way. I took the Roma. Our survey speed is plus 10% quicker. So that's going to be good up here. We're going to find out what's up that way. More aliens have been discovered. The Void Worms. So as of yet, no AI empires have been found. But I have a feeling we're going to find something up here or across here, definitely. So again, worker unemployment 1. Amenities are okay for now. Stability good. What do we need jobs in? We need jobs in food. Food we can get in other places. Mining, we're going to take more more minerals. Food is fine. We've got 304. Oops. We're going to take our final one, which is empire size from systems and empire size from planets minus 20%, 25%. Again, empire size is down to 6.3. You don't really need to worry about. What do you get when we complete expansion? We get max districts plus 1. So we've gone to 6 available districts instead of 5. And we have an Ascension perk. Ascension perks are awesome. They, again, allow you to flesh out your roleplay, and they give you some really cool bonuses and help guide your empire in the way that you want it to go. So, again, without going through all of them, some of them are grayed out. A lot of them will be grayed out because, A, either your empire won't take them, because as spiritualists, we can't go into flesh is weak, which is robotics. And we can't do engineered evolution because we haven't unlocked the precursor bit before that. So the ones you can have are here. I'd say the main ones, One Vision gives you monthly unity and reduces your upkeep of your pops, as well as increasing your your ethics attraction for your factions. Technological Ascendancy is your research speed is plus 10%, which is very useful. You also get rare technologies to appear 1.5 times the normal rate, so opportunity to find more rare technologies. Mastery of Nature, it gives you extra max districts for your planets. On all of your planets, you get +2. Prerogative, you get empire size from planets minus 50% and official capacity +2. Vigor is your Edict Fund, which we'll go to in a second. Leader experience gain plus 25% and extra scientist capacity. That would really help with the fact we just hired an extra scientist, and our leadership gain being an extra 25% will also help us get through more effective counselors and more effective leaders with more traits that can benefit our empire. And shared destiny, extra envoys, and we don't have any subjects yet we need to worry about. I'm going to take One Vision. It's my usual sort of go-to. I like the extra unity, I like the upkeep reduction. I like it making sure that we all follow the spiritualist. Factions have yet to pop. Probably knowing my luck, they're going to pop in a second. Colonization will finish on the 11th of the 1st, 2212. So another year. Not too bad. And yeah, it's all about now. Now we're into the flow. Now we know what we're looking to do. We're looking to colonize this world, which we can't do yet because the planet has an anomaly that needs to be done. Needs to be finished before we are able to colonize that. It's only a level 1-1. So no real rush. Looks like this kind of peters out up here, which is good. I'm kind of thinking this is all ours. I could be wrong. It could come all the way around there, but I'm thinking that that branch could be something. But our choke points are looking fairly decent right now. Technology gives us a new ship type. Comes down to what you want. Do you want more output from your worker pops? Not your specialist, from your workers. Your workers are your food, your minerals, your credits. And army damage as well. Planetary build speed is also good, but also extra armor for your ships. We're going to go for population worker outputs. This symbol here is your first contact event. So you can read through them if you wish. It just gives you a little bit of flavor text. Find out more, and then you start to find you will find out fairly soon what species you're dealing with. Some of the ones like the void worms or the mining drones will give you extra stuff to do in the situation log, which again we'll get to if we need to. That was another archaeological dig site over here of 2 angle. That's nice. More jobs. We're not restricting jobs, so we're going to go for some industrial districts now. Actually, what if we'll research? Put a little bit of research down. Can't hurt. Some planets will have bonuses and detrimental and penalties and debuffs as well. Anything that appears of that nature will appear just here on your screen, your planetary screen. Ship build speed plus 5% or more council agenda speed. So our military leader, as well as doing 20% ship's weapons range, could also have an extra 15% hull points. The chance of disengaging from a fight is less, so if we're in a fight we can't win, we have a higher chance of losing the entire fleet. But the extra ship hull points is good. Or because they're a minister, we get them extra happiness. Because I'm not looking to fight, I'm going to go for a charismatic champion of the people to boost our amenities a little bit more. When this planet is up and running in a few months' time, the priority for population growth will be on this planet. Which means that the population speed of this one will decline slightly. But you'll notice that in a few months' time. Kind of empty over here as well, isn't it?
A new colony has been founded.
So new colony has been founded. Might not be an immediate drop. So this is what happened. This is what you see when you have a brand new planet. You will get a reassembled ship shelter instead of the upgraded planetary administration. You will work your way towards that by increasing the number of population on your planet. So the more pops you have, the more you can upgrade this, and then the more technologies you get, the higher the administration can get. But yeah, this is a blank canvas. Notice as well, it says colony, whereas the other one says empire capital, which gives you a little bit of a buff. The colony gives you stability of an extra 5, amenities plus 10, and happiness plus 10%, and an automatic resettlement destination chance of 25%, which means that it's probably going to start pulling population from here, so this will take longer, but the population growth on this planet will increase to a decent amount until it starts to even itself out a little bit. So, what do we want? Well, our research is a little low, as is our alloys, and our food. There is no planetary buff here, really. There's no real detrimental features that are reducing output on anything, so it is whatever we want it to be. I am inclined to make this an alloy producing world. Although we have 1.7k alloys, which seems like a decent amount, we're going to need more than that to run decent fleets and a higher naval capacity. So first of all, though, we're going to address the main issue of housing, which is 1. You can get housing from building districts. However, the easiest way to do so is just to plonk down a city district. Our colonists are already working hard, so we're going to get extra build speed and extra amenities that produces food as well. So we're just going to let them get on with it. And build a city district just to sort out the housing problem. And then we can work on building a temple first, because we are spiritualists, we want the extra unity, we want the extra amenities, and then probably look at making that an alloy world as well. So, update on our aliens. Keep looking, but be cautious. That's stage 3. We're starting to understand a little bit more about them and get an idea of who they are. Going to continue on this line. As I said, this is now an important one to get to. We've got a lot of stuff there and a lot of stuff there. Interesting, we have a ruined ring section over here. Ooh, wow. Okay. So this is a shattered ring world that has population on it. Owned by the Dar-Hesh Society. Okay. Interesting. Got 6 out of 8, that's fine. And a pre-FTL species as well.
A system has been charted.
Are they pre-FTL on a ring world? Wow, okay, that's really cool. Okay, so this icon here is a metastructure. Put some eye drops in. Is a metastructure. Metastructures are supposed to be late mid-game technology. Again, you can rush it if you really want to. If you want to metagame it, then you can. But for me, it's something that usually happens in the mid to late mid sort of like section of the games when I start getting the technologies for it. However, you can come across metastructures in the game world. In the galaxy that are usually ruined and destroyed, or just generally non-existent, just generally shattered. That you will have to. Ooh. Another Gaia world. Oh, that's going to be the okay. So your science ships will run away if they encounter anything that's aggressive, and they will retreat to the system they came from, and they will stop. Find a way to phase lock it. And they will go back to the system they came from. So let's just pause it for a second. We've got a few things up here. This signal indicates that they're evading a hostile fleet. Hey, Daz, good to see you. Dancing dinosaur. Hell yeah. That's survey, and that is that's an anomaly found. So what is this? This is a shattered ring world. It's a metastructure that can be repaired once you have the technology for it. They're usually cheaper to repair, and it usually restores it to its full working order. In a ring world, I'm not too sure, so I haven't found one for a very long time. But if you find things like, let's go into very late game, like Dyson spheres or ruined matter decompressors or interstellar assembly sites or sentry sites or strategic coordination center sites, those really late game technologies, then if you repair them, it's a one-time cost, one-time build queue time, and it usually restores it to its full working order. So if you find a ruined metastructure in the game world, you kind of want to secure that area ASAP so that you can have a guaranteed cheap metastructure later on. Hey Demon, how you doing, dude? Welcome to the beginner's learning stream of Stellaris. Wanted to do this for a while, so here we are. We're just going through the fundamentals at the moment. We've got some very good worlds to inhabit as well. So you saw the situation log. It said phase shift. Erasmodon, a planet in the Erasmodon system, has been observed to phase shift between a shrouded world and a Gaia world on a 3-month cycle. Our physicists should be able to devise a way to lock the planet in one of its states, freezing it as a Gaia world and preventing it from shifting back. So what we're going to do is, once the scientist is free to do so, we're going to do that. It is not a timed project. It's just one that takes 180 days. Some situation logs will have a time limit, be it usually it's a decent sized one, like maybe 1,000 days or 1,500 days or whatever. But if you don't have a scientist working on it and you let the timer run out, especially on things like debris from destroyed ships, etc., then you will not have an opportunity to redeem. You won't have the opportunity to do it. There's also a 10 times anomaly. Oh, that is the phased planet one. It's a phased planet anomaly, not the actual thing, thankfully. And yes, so most metastructures you can usually only have one of. If you repair a Dyson sphere or a ring world or a matter decompressor, you can still build one later on, so you can effectively have two. Likewise, if you take over enemy planets, opposing planets, or other species planets with a metastructure, you can have that metastructure running as well. But that's very late game stuff. But now we're still focusing on our stuff. So at the moment, food's a little bit low, but food can be bought. Food can be gained from having hydroponic stuff in here in our star bases and whatnot. For now, it's not too much of an issue. Political frontier, established factions and fledgling movements alike have taken an unusually keen interest in our new colony on Parabim Prime. From the moment we announced settlement of the modest planet, nearly every political voice in the Divine State has had something to say about it. Our analysis doesn't suspect anything truly radical is taking root, but they advise some caution. So sometimes you have certain options depending on what your party type is, what your ethics and your governing type is, will have different outcome. So this one, political frontier modifier added for 10 years, you gain quite a bit of unity, but you have a chance to shift your ethics. Now there's going to be a situation chain that we can go through to either mitigate it or encourage it. This is where your ethics can change and different factions can come around. It is a good time to look at those factions. What are factions? Factions are parties or movements within your empire that basically represent your ethics. So we're 43% Xenophile and 57% Spiritualist. 95% approval rating, and this is a breakdown of what population prefer either faction. So at the moment, Spiritualists have an edge by 4 pop, so not much. Issues. Allowing for the replacement of organic life with robotic workers will displease the Alliance of Spiritualist Redemption. So if you come across a robotic empire, or you buy robots from the market, you will not be able to implement them or utilize them in any way in a spiritualist empire. They will be purged and dismantled. Likewise, any robotic empire that comes across us will have a negative outlook on our empire from the get-go because we are spiritualists. Having spiritualist values reflected in our empire's governing ethics will please the Alliance of Spiritual Redemption. So in our policies here, we have benevolent vassalage, we have refugees welcome, that kind of thing that the spiritualist people like. Psionic Pursuit, adopting the mind over matter ascension perks. So you saw the ascension perks when we took the one vision. You may have seen mind over matter as the one that was grayed out, it's the one we looked at. We need to have completed an existing chain of things before we adopt the mind over matter. So that's quite a late. That's one to worry about later. But at the moment, we're doing extremely well. It's the only one we're not fulfilling for the spiritualists. 25% of our population be some form of spiritualist. That's good. Ruler has the a councillor member has a spiritualist ethic that pleases them, and they are represented on the council. So our leader has is both xenophile and spiritualist. I think it comes up here, unless it's in the in our leader thing. I can't actually remember where to see this now. It could be. Anyway, it works. We got one that's next to their age. Am I missing something? Oh, there you go. Oh, no, it's just us, isn't it? Oh yeah, sorry. Aztec, you're right. Sorry, I was like, where's the age? Got it. Yeah, absolutely right. There you go. See, there you go. That's what you meant. Yeah, that's my fault. See, I've never really explored factions this deeply before, so it's really cool to actually go through it bit by bit. So I'd see, still learning, folks, still learning. So yes, spiritualist. Our leader is spiritualist. Head of research spiritualist. Our minister of defense is xenophilic. Our Minister of State is xenophilic, and our scientist is also. The more different species with different ethics will change the way that your factions work and will change the way that your empire potentially shapes itself as well, especially AI empires that are more susceptible to changes in ethics. In our one, as a player, you can suppress different factions if you want to and promote different ones. There are ways to mitigate chances of your empire changing drastically. But what does that mean? The happier they are, the more stuff you have fulfilled, the more unity this faction pumps out. If you are a machine empire or a hive mind, you don't get factions. You don't get them. So spiritualists especially, and biopops, as long as you keep the majority of your factions happy one way or the other without contradicting the other one too much, you will have a lot of unity output, which we have got. And new contact, if you switch over here, that, if my eyes don't deceive me, is another science ship. That is a planty science ship. So this is an AI empire. An actual empire, not an entity. This is an empire. So now we know where one of our front lines are. We need to get to that black hole system. New one? Well, the tradition tree we're going to leave. We don't need to take it straight away. We're going to leave it blank for now and continue to gain the unity. Just because we can take it doesn't necessarily mean we want to. There's a reason for that. We have met a new AI empire and we know nothing about them. If they turn out to be hostile, we can take a tradition tree that increases our military power We can take one that increases our star-based defenses, and we can take one if they're friendly, which could potentially form diplomatic relations with them and maybe do things with them that are more, which are friendlier, and a way to form a stronger alliance between the two of us. So I'm not going to take it yet. However, because I've not taken it, I will still gain unity. It doesn't flat cap at whatever I need. It will continue to store unity. So by the time we figure it out, we may have enough to take the tradition and take a tree in there as well. But we're not going to take it. We're going to wait to see what it's all about. What their intentions are. Right, new planet is up and running. We have a clerk, which we don't want to fulfill yet. So we go back down from having one available job to 0. Now we can say, let's build a temple. So the habitable world survey is done. We get research, society research, and 555 credits for doing it, which isn't too bad. We haven't suffered too much for not taking that initial unity effectively. Right. Because we've met another empire, we're going to boost our fleet capacity with all those lovely alloys, and our starbase with the shipyard will start pumping out corvettes. Starbases are critical. Any one of these starbases can be upgraded into a starport. When you hit starports... Oh, here we go. Our political scientists have been observing Paragon Prime with keen interest. However, despite feverish campaigning and a lot of recent fuss in the media, they forecast a fairly typical outcome of the colony's political future. So here, you can shake stuff up. If you want to have a different set of ethics on a planet and a different faction to maybe sprout up, or different population to have a different type of ethics, you can shake it up. You get unity from jobs, minus 10%, but you get extra research for society, and you get a new line of things. However, we're happy with where things are. Nothing has changed. We're still spiritualists. We're still xenophiles. It's good. We're happy. We're going to keep gaining all that lovely unity. We're going to have evolve extra unity as well. Now 40% extra. And we're going to expand the council so we can unlock that final slot. We have completed a first contact event. This is the Void Worms one. So here you have 2 opportunities. You got Fascinating Creatures, which gives you a special project to study the Void Worms further. And it gives you 30 influence, which is crucial for our starports and potential espionage. Or we can get Easy Prey, where you can deal extra damage to Void Worms, still get the influence, but you don't get that special project. With Xenophiles, this is where your roleplay really can come into it, or your metagame, but your roleplay really can determine. If you're an aggressive empire, then you could say, yeah, Easy Prey, we'll hunt them down and kill them. However, we're spiritualist and Xenophiles. We, live and let live. We're going to focus them further. And that will appear in your situation like here, where Void Worm research available. If you were to hit that research now, it would take 93 months, and it will stop, it will pause your fleet supremacy. Whatever society technology you're doing, it will pause it until that special project is done, and then it will resume it. So it's not necessarily something for me to do now. When I get more research, more research, then it's something I can do. Zero is a specialist resource, something not to worry about for now. Same with dark matter, same with astral threads, same with anything in this. Rare crystals, gases, motes, they're going to become relevant later on, but for now, again, we're just focusing our economy and we're focusing on exploring and doing our best with that.
Ledger of situations amended.
Double exploration probes, that's going to be a different event chain. You are surveying, and you're the one that was surveying close to the other empire. So we're going to say... yeah, let's see if we can get some more anomalies. Right. The end of our first contact. It is a stagnant ascendancy. This is a fallen empire. So like I said beforehand, oh, itchy back. Oh, sorry. Oh. I feel like a cat with my scratching my back against the chair. Sorry. Anyway. I'm a very strange individual. So a stagnant ascendancy, like we said beforehand, fallen empire, they don't regard us with anything. Dolphins, how delightful. We hadn't expected to encounter you for a few centuries yet. Personally, I thought you would wipe yourselves out long before leaving your gravity well, but I am glad to be proven wrong. They are fanatic xenophiles. Happy days. So they don't hate us. Our ethics match our own. Happy days. This is really, it means very, very little. They don't care for our diplomatic maneuvering. However, when we meet another empire, another normal AI empire, that will have ramifications. So, love is friendship set to music. And you can see... Why are they over here? What? Insane. How did I meet... Oh, anyway, random Stellaris moment. Not quite sure how that worked, but they're over on this side. Whatever. They have no interest to us at all. Not the people I was hoping to contact, but never mind. Right. So this planet, we have population being jobs are nearly full. Notice how it says -2 now there instead of and it's now taken 28 months instead of 12. That's because they're emigrating to they're migrating to Parabim Prime. So that's why our population growth has slowed slightly. So we are going to prepare and build a city district. City districts and upgrading your capital will give you extra building slots. You can also get extra building slots from certain situations. You get building slots from technologies as well. But the main way to do it is if you've got the space of the districts to unlock a building slot by doing a city district. Increases the housing and gives you a building slot as well. Mysterious space spheres over here. You are... Oh, you have a starbase? Oh, do you own that system? If you own that system, that's going to be... Yikes. Oh boy. Hey, Tom. Yeah, I know too. I know too. We're going to suspend our increase of naval capacity, fleet capacity, so I can get a construction ship to start working that way. So I do not want them to take this nest system here. Usually when it says 187, that's a starbase that they have built. Starbases prevent me from building in them. Oh, cool. We'll have a celebrity scientist. We'll give you that one. Give you Roma level 2. So now we're going to go over here. You can jump systems. So, for example, if I wanted to place a starbase here to try and cut them off quicker, it would cost double what it normally does. Or thereabouts. It costs more resources. But I don't want to do that because it doesn't look like they're moving anything towards me yet. So, drone studies. I was right, these are mining drones. We now know what their military strength is, and we can get a little look that they don't have shields, it's just armor. So if you wanted to wipe them out and get them out of your space quicker, so you can utilize that land, you can go into your fleet management, ship designer, and make it so it's just armor and hull damage. Which is basically what our ships are anyway. So even though we are not as powerful as them, we do more specific damage. Which means that we could wipe them out. With losses maybe, but we could kill them. So this has to be their space now, right? No, maybe not. We have enough influence to burn, so we're going to continue to expand into our known choke points. We still don't know what's down here yet. Kind of worries me. Empty jobs. We're going to start now working on our alloy district. Pop growth speed, yes. And we're going to take this 20... Oh, no, we have the anomaly, don't we? That's it. That's right.
Space charts updated.
What? There's nothing then? Those... Oh, there is. Oh, those are taken. Okay. Survey the system. To lock off this bit of... At least we got this bit locked off for now. We still don't know if they're a threat or not, so we're just going to chill. And we got first contact with some more... Oh, okay. 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 This is slightly precarious now. We have an empire to the left of us and an empire to the right of us. We're going to find out their intentions, hopefully. Yes, we did get those systems down. That's fine.
Ledger of situations amended.
Set protection unit as well. Those mining drones are an issue. Theta aliens. That's a worry. The cruelty of Theta aliens. Our explorers knew that first contact would be a dangerous affair. So it could be that we could lose our scientist here. There's a risk that they become aggressive, and we've already lost our scientist. They've gone missing. So they're going to return in 204 days. I think we lost our construction ship as well, didn't we? We did lose our construction ship. Uh-oh. So it could be the same. We're going to preemptively upgrade our starport here. And we're going to upgrade our starport here as well. Star bases. Building. Where? Oh, we are actually shooting at them. Okay, that's awkward. Uh-oh.
Space charts updated.
That's a good system, though. So is that one. So it looks like we're not going to be meeting a friendly empire. Let's get another construction ship. Close. That's... Finish that.
Turnabout.
Uh-oh.
We cannot fight this foe.
So they built a starport as well. So what I was saying was star-based capacity. These small bases, these stations, do not count into your star-based capacity. When you upgrade them, they will. For example, to a starport. Okay, so you are not doing anything. You come deal with that project over there. We're getting enough units. Fine. We're going to put a little bit more production into our alloys.
Technology secured.
Got extra fusion reactor space now, and we're going to upgrade our lasers as well.
The fleet has been.
I'm really hoping for just one friendly empire. We're going to finish maximizing our fleet's coverage there.
We grow ever stronger. We grow ever stronger.
Build missile defenses in here. Star bases do cost alloys. We're gonna ignore them. We're gonna ignore them. I think that they're just gonna be. If we try and mimic them, they'll take that as an affront. I have a feeling I know which one we're gonna go down, but I think it might genuinely be unyielding. Just so I don't have to fight on two fronts. My naval capacity can only hold 20 ships. And they know this. No military stuff as of yet approaching our balls, but that's going to be one empire. We're not going to bother upgrading that one. I'll leave our alloys free. We're going to reduce you by 1. Hey, we got the Gaia world. Fantastic.
Not so special now, was it?
Throw another research down on there. Notice how it's automatically done as an agricultural society, even though I don't know why. We're also going to throw alloy on there, and then this is where you can go a little bit micromanaging. It auto designates it. Now I've set up my thing like this. So in the settings, you can go planet designation over type, planet designation. So you don't need to see if it's continental. It just says what the planet is doing. But I like to have designation over type, so I still see what type of planet it is at a glance, but I also know what designation it is. Why are designations important? Well, really, it's for your own benefit as well as what it actually gives you. So, for example, if you think that's an agricultural world, fair enough, and you click on it, and it's not, you don't have any agricultural districts, you have it's going to be an industrial district, and you're building alloy foundries, you can click on the little cog here, scroll down till you find Forge World, Industrial District build speed plus 25%, and Metallurgist upkeep minus 20%. And you can do the same for Factory World. You can do the same for Industrial Worlds, which are for your for both basically. If you've got a mixed match, if you want to have a little bit of an even on both. Generator Worlds, Agricultural Worlds, Mining Worlds, Urban Worlds. These increase trade. Ecclesiastical is the priest output, so you might just have a temple world at one point just for the unity. Refinery is for your specialist resources. Tech world is for your tech upkeep and your research lab build speed. Your fortress worlds will be very, very important later on because it all helps add up to your naval capacity. And rural worlds is just a little bit of everything for your build speed and your worker pot resource output. Really, really good worlds if you've got a planet that's like managing to boost resources across your empire. But since we know it's going to be a Forge world, we're going to make that as a Forge world. That will increase the amount of alloys we get, but it will decrease the amount of consumer goods we get from this world, you see? So we're now making more alloys and no consumer goods. Our consumer goods are now purely from angulars. So we need increased on alloys, obviously, for the impending threat of enemies.
Ever stronger.
Says it already exists, but I don't think it does. Okay, cool. Frigates. We'll make them missile frigates. A straight up missile frigate. They also only cost 1. But they give another thing as well, so we're going to reinforce those, and probably actually just because we're under threat of war, buy some alloys, so that we can finish reinforcing that. New technology, extra research output. They're spiritualist, militarist, and authoritarian. We're delighted to meet you. So notice how it said delighted gave us 50 extra friendship. We are definitely going to go Corvette hull points, please. And it says that it's hostile, but we've got tense relations and it's improving. So we can improve relations with them by throwing an envoy in. The more information we have on an empire, which we are going to do with our spy network. So this is the overall screen that you'll see when you meet someone new for the first time. You will have basically no idea who they are, what they are in terms of strength related to you. You won't know their origin. You don't know their diplomatic weight, their population, their empire colonies, or their empire size. Thank you, Storm. Appreciate you for doing that. You won't know the positions of their fleets. You won't know what their diplomatic status is with regards to other empires, or even if they know any other empires. You just don't know. But the more information you have, the easier it is to manipulate the situation and to play the situation. So they've closed borders. We'll close borders in retaliation to it. They're suspicious because we closed borders, but we are still improving relations. So hopefully we can still salvage this because we are the same as a spiritualist empire. It's another terraforming candidate. Very good systems down there. Right, you are our archaeologist. Go to our home system and start doing our origin. Thank you very much. You're building up those mineral things. That's good. We can now colonize this 23 ocean. No, we can't, because you haven't done the anomaly. That's my fault. Go here and do. Who is already primed for that? Oh, is it me? Okay. Oh, another alien species. Wonderful. This one, this side, isn't it? Yes. They're hostile as well. Wonderful. Okay, this is going to be an interesting... We're going to sell 500 of those. Buy another 125 or so. I don't like doing that, but it might be necessary. Frigates are being made. Right, I think that has... If they start harming relations, which they're not yet, so they're still open to being talked to. Ooh. So, as part of the Grand Archive DLC, we now have a collection. We can't display the collection because you don't have a certain building type. We're not going to be focusing this really because it's really not relevant for what we're trying to do today. But this is one of the best updates I've had that Stellaris have done. I love the collection because if you can display them, you get bonuses. You get extra stuff empire-wide just from displaying awesome collections. One of the playthroughs I've done of the community-created Galaxy, you will on my Twitch channel, you will see that we did an in-depth look at collecting the best stuff that we could possibly find, and it was amazing. And I will be playing a playthrough of that again at some point, hoping that they are going to be fairly friendly. We're going to say not right now. You need the credits to potentially for a wartime economy. I'll pop you... I don't know where they would come from. Just going to move you sort of like... no, actually, we're going to leave you there so you're... Swole Plump is still in the running.
Spaceborne life forms ahead. Anomalies.
So they're running 10 ahead of our head of research for position of power. I don't think they're going to make up an 11-point difference, 10-point difference. So we're just going to relax with that. You are fine. You've done those. You hit. The anomalies will potentially give things to research, give bonuses to planets, change different resources, that kind of thing, and free up planets as well. Naval capacity, yes. The reason I ignored these, even though I like the xenolinguistics for renowned leaders, at the moment extra naval capacity is key, so we don't have a big penalty for more fleets. So that's why I'm doing naval capacity. We're going to look at this ocean world now. We've finished the anomaly. That's fine.
Space charts updated.
Struggling to do that. Ooh, the Minister of State made a late rush. But Swole Dolphin, Swole Plump is still in charge. No changes to the government to worry about as of yet. We are also unlocking that council leadership position. Edicts! What are edicts? Something I should have done a long time ago. They give bonuses for a block cost of unity. Our edicts cost is our edicts bank is 25. That means if we do the Veneration of Saints, which gives us priest output plus 20%, and fleet supremacy, that will cost us 28. That means we're going to lose 3 unity a month. Okay? If we only have 1, then we're well within the edict bank and we don't need to worry about losing unity. You only lose unity on the unity cost you have over your edicts fund. Okay? So if we do that, we're going to get ship experience output increased, and we're going to have extra priest output. So that difference alone has meant that we're making, even though we're losing 3 unity a month through our edicts, the priest output has made up for it. Gaia world, we are going to colonize the Gaia world, please, which I can't because it has a level 10 anomaly. I knew that anomaly would come back to bite me. I'm going to clear that as soon as we can. We are now working on the archaeological dig site. While our scientist is doing, it's a difficulty of 1. Our scientist is 3 plus... Ooh, red crystals, nice. Plus the archaeological stuff, so extra 20%. This should be child's play for that scientist.
We are being contacted by...
Yes! Fanatic spiritualists! That's good, right? They're friendly.
They wish to speak with us.
Yeah! Embassy. Right, so what happens now is when you start having potentially good relations, you'll be able to start exchanging information, exchanging details, doing trade offers, trade deals, and everything like that. So here, it's establishing an embassy means that they know where our capital is, we know where their capital is. It increases the relations. We can guarantee their independence, so if they're attacked by someone who's looking to vassalize them, then we will come to their aid in war. We can offer trade deals. These are ways to artificially inflate opinion. So you can trade any specimens that you have. You can trade information. So if there's any empires that they know that we don't, they can put us in touch with them. Likewise, we can put them in touch with empires that we've met. You can transfer resources. So if you wanted to sort of like do a little like, hey, thanks for meeting us. Here's how cool we are kind of thing. Then you can do that. The rarer the resource, the more specialist the resource, the more opinion that you'll get. And transferring systems, I would say leave the transferring system stuff alone. Usually just focus on those for when you're playing with friends and you want to sort out borders and stuff, then you can do that with your friends. With the AI, it's probably not worth it. Unless you're an absolute unless you absolutely hate border gore, I would say don't worry about it. So we're going to offer them 300 credits in communications. They're going to come back and say yes to that. It will increase their opinion of us.
We grow ever stronger.
Well, still not finding anything. So there you go. We're going to get a little boost from a gift. 14. We don't know much about the intel. We don't have any intel, so we don't know what exactly influences them over us. They're still suspicious, but they're gradually moving towards not suspicious. Our espionage has given us information on their government intel, their diplomacy, economic, trade, research, and fleet. You can take measures to negate spies and to reduce the espionage of your empire and increase the espionage effectiveness in others as well. We're going to be doing the 10 times. Yeah, you are. Here, our food will be gone in 12 months. That's not good. And go for improved shields. So what are we going to do for food? Well, you have enough credits. We're going to buy monthly food. We're going to buy 15. We'll buy 15 food. We've got more planets being colonized, so that's good. This ocean world gives us society research from jobs plus 10%. That's just an innate thing that happens. That's just a planetary feature that that can't be removed. Some planetary features can. So in the if we go here, for example, these features, dense jungle, impassable mountains, and toxic kelp. Sometimes you'll come across things like aggressive space, like aggressive walls or aggressive animals or something. But you can remove those from doing the features like we did with the slums and stuff. So, our head of research has hit level 4 or level 5? Level 4, which makes them a veteran. Instead of just getting a normal trait pick, you have a veteran trait pick. So currently, this is our head of research on our government, okay, on our council. Our head of research is helping us do extra research and extra science on an empire-wide level. So really, we want to take statistician because that gives us research speed plus 5% as a councillor, on top of their politician trait as well. And that adds onto our ruler's research speed of Sparta Genius level 2. That will really help with some of the research that we've got going on. Alternatively, if you know that your head of research is going to step down either because of age or because you have a better scientist willing to take the post, maybe your up-and-coming scientist has a good number of traits already that would be a better fit for the head of research, in which case you can retire your head of research from a councillor position and make them an analyst, and put them in charge of the tech planets that you have. Or if they're doing anomaly stuff and archaeology, or they're specialising in astral rift, then you can give them the scholar, which will increase all of their output on that. Or if they're simply just running around surveying stuff, they get extra survey speed and anomaly discovery chance as well. Because this is our head of research, I am going to give them the statistician trait, which gives us extra research overall. Empire, we got an available job. So we are going to build, what do we need? We're going to give them an industrial district. So,
Council agenda.
the first bit of diplomacy that most AI empires do is a non-aggression pact. Non-aggression pacts, it's nothing binding like a defensive pact. It's nothing like if we get attacked or they get attacked, we have to jump in. A non-aggression pact, as a lot of you will know from other Paradox games, is simply a mutual agreement not to do war with one another. It's a good thing to do, especially with the Empire to my left, the one that has been exhibited hostile intent. Having a non-aggression pact that could potentially lead into a defensive pact will be good for me. Because they're less likely to go to war with me if we have a defensive pact together or that we have close relations. So I'm going to agree with this. However, it is going to take a chunk out of my influence. See in a second. See at the end of that month. Archaeological dig site updates on the top of the bar list will look like this. You click on them and it takes it to the one that's been updated. So this is our origin. A base of operations has been set up on the surface of the moon, and several teams are now en route to the various anomaly sites that our scanners picked up. The significance of this mystery is simply unparalleled, and the scientific community is absolutely buzzing with theories and anticipation over what will be uncovered by the excursion team. So you get 10 minor artifacts for that. Minor artifacts are stored here in the exceptional materials. Minor artifacts are something you're going to use later on, either for ship upgrades, or most likely for your collection, or utilizing them to do things within your empire, which again, if we get there, I will show you what you need to do with them. But yes, you don't gain them unless you get a deposit. Minor artifacts usually are gained by doing archaeological dig sites and other special projects as well. Council agenda, we have an additional slot. We get to choose. Do we want the Minister of the Seas, which is food from angulars and consumer goods from pearl divers, scaling with skill level? Yes. Yes, I do. We don't have another official. So let's have a look at the officials. They're going to refresh in 1.8 years. We don't want a corrupt leader. We don't want another Tom Cream on our hands. But the other two really are just ship build speed. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Gives us a councillor thing anyway. Our next one is going to be... let's say... we'll go for a higher purpose. Spiritualist, ethics, attraction, and pop happiness one. Why not? Our forge world is going along quite nicely. Have more forges now, more industrial districts. 26. With the councillor position now in play, hopefully that will over time help sort out our food and our consumer goods without having to do too much to them artificially. We do now have a minister that has nothing to do, so we're going to pop them on a planet for an extra 2% output to all materials, which is fine. It does mean we don't get the passive. So yeah, that's one thing I did forget to mention. So you've got sector governors and you have planetary governors. The sector governors give you a planet value and a sector value as well. The sector is usually half of the planetary effect as well. So the trade value on our capital is 25, and the trade value of every other planet in our sector is plus 12.5. We are now not getting that passive effect of 12.5 trade. That might harm our energy credits, but we are now getting a direct 2% basic resource increase and advanced resource increase as well, along with 2 extra amenities as governing the home planet. So yeah, you may see a further drop in our credits, but we're going to start looking for planetary bonuses as and when that leader levels up. Are you still... No, you're still suspicious, but you're dead in there. You are cordial, that's good. When we get to friendly, then we can look at commercial pacts and research agreements to further help our understanding. I am going to take... I really do want to take another one now. I don't know what to take. I don't want to go not supremacy and then risk fighting. At the same time, I kind of like the idea of unyielding and just boosting the star-based defenses. Or taking prosperity. Because that's going to give us a lot of district upkeep reductions as well as extra mining stations as well. Most excursions teams have reached their destinations and reported back. Artifacts buried in the ground have been uncovered. Head scientist Karsh Wakepiercer describes them as highly accurate galactic laser pointers, ancient machines that are emitting a strong, tight ultraviolet beam out into space for purposes unknown. It's a bittersweet discovery, the profound, exhilarating importance of alien artifacts encountered by their seemingly arbitrary purpose. We get another 10 minor artifacts and another specimen as well. That is a common one, and it will give us extra trade value as well. So, if necessary, we can keep these up. Just keep gathering them and just eventually using them to barter with or to sell directly, I guess. So going back to this is the trouble that I have. I would much rather wait until I knock this over to not suspicious and just wary. Then I can take, because they're equivalent to us on military now, and tech, and economy. They don't have any big bonuses over us. We can start carrying out operations if we want to. We got enough influence. Lord knows we do. Means I'm going to start traveling down this way.
A new port to call home.
This way. Colonization complete. We're going to go for one of those. And a temple. And this is probably going to be a research world, purely because of the extra 10% to society research. With the fleets, it's always it's easy to lose track of technologies as and when, because you're doing so many other things as well. Just click on the fleets, and if you can upgrade them, just click upgrade. If you've got the resources to spare like I do, you don't need to worry about it. It will automatically do it at the nearest station. The more shipyards you have, the more ships that will be built at one time, and the more ships that will upgrade at one time. It is very, very profitable to have a shipyard behind your frontline star bases, so that ships can be reinforced and be positioned in a way that gives them easy access to the front line without costing you a lot of resources in your upkeep. It's a dud. Despite our best efforts, the excavation analysis of alien indicators on the surface have failed to deliver any relevant results. The archaeological teams have calculated and followed the paths of the alien signal beams, but nothing has been pointed out other than empty space. Scientist Karsh has requested more time, convinced that something has been missed by the science team. Yeah, sure. 50 minor artifacts and an extra 2 clues. We're going to start moving. Ooh, Leviathans are fun. Roof of the Divine. We don't know where they are exactly, potentially, unless we do know where they are. Do we know where they are? No. Ooh, we got that as well. Oh, that's fun. I've taken so long on that 10 one, but never mind. Start filling in some of this space. We've got the influence, we've got the alloys. Things are seemingly improving with them, although they are harming relations, which is not something I wanted to do. Wanted them to do. Should we just open borders with them? Make them less hateful? We can always close borders again if they try anything funky. Sometimes the AI will jump systems, but I'm not too worried about them jumping. They can't get a science ship past here, so they can't research that, and I don't mind them. I don't want them jumping here, but I don't think they can. But we can get some experience. We can move our fleets in to clear this area out. A construction ship in there.
Wish to speak with us.
Hey, we're now friends. I say friends. We're friendly, yeah. So now we can do bigger things like research agreements and defensive pacts and other things like that. This one has closed borders to both of us, so really not interested in making friends. And a commercial pact. We're going to get 3.5 credits, and they're going to get 4.5 credits. That will grow as economy grows, so will the benefits of the trade deal as well. Right, migration treaty could be interesting. It looks like they're a tropical world. They got a shrouded. They are continental world, so it doesn't really benefit us. It would cost us more influence to hold those pacts. As you can see, the research and the commercial and the non-aggression is costing us 0.75 influence. Another one on top of that would have brought us down to probably 3 to 2.8 or something like that. And I need the influence. I need to store the influence just in case.
Research complete.
So, a bit of research first. Extra naval capacity, fantastic. We can now have another fleet on the different front line with the same composition, and another admiral as well to boost that damage. The technology, we're going to take this. It grants a small amount of unity, it gives us extra unity, and unlocks a campaign. Additional edicts that cost energy as well. So that's good. Breakthrough. The study of the surface revealed the moon was hit eons ago by a small asteroid. The impact was not enough to obliterate the moon, but did nudge it out a fraction out of its original orbit. By analysing the impact, the scientists managed to calculate the moon's initial position and rotation, and use that data to rewind the alien indicators to their original position. And there it was. The alien indicator beam suddenly began converging on another planet in the system. 750 minerals, which is decent for us right now. And we have another archaeological dig site in this system as well. So you are going to continue to excavate those sites. This is the origin that we're using right now. That is on the shoulders of giants. We're rediscovering a lost civilization that may have been on our planet before us. We have 10 population. We can now upgrade from a reassembled ship shelter into a planetary administration, which is the same as on that planet. Oh dear. They're doing things to harm. Take the unity, but they're gonna use that as a way to... Yeah, they're now suspicious again.
Give them a broadside.
Although there's two of them, I'm not too worried. We may lose something, but a couple of ships, but because we're mostly anti-armor, we should go through them quite easily. He says, slightly worried now. That will be fine. If you're unsure, you can retreat, and they'll take a few months out of existing. We lost one Corvette out of that. That's not too bad. Your scientist can now research some debris, which will give you extra.
We grow ever stronger.
It does. Debris, which should give you access to potentially new technologies. But I'm not too fussed by it at the moment. Repairing fleets can happen at any starbase. Reinforcing fleets will happen from shipyards. I might have to take unyielding, you know. Right, because we've got the naval capacity, we're going to create a new fleet. Straight up, just a brand new fleet. Because we're going to be if we do go to war, we're going to be fighting on two fronts. And although we've upgraded our starbase, we still need fleets to defend it.
Anomalous space-time continuum ahead.
So anomaly, that's fine. Gives you an idea of when the ships are going to be repaired. This is our Minister of Seeds. We're unsure what that means. Let's have a look. This is going to give us that. Extra angular stuff for being level 2. We're going to get 0.6 and Prado is 0.4. So do we want to have extra build speed, or do we want to have council agenda speed? Or shall we prepare them and pop them on that planet? I'm fairly sure that's where they're based, isn't it? So we can get extra energy credits potentially from this planet. I'm going to go for ship build speed. Purely because we have another fleet being made. It makes a lot of sense. Doing work, scientists doing work down there. A defensive pact, yes, please. That means now if either of us are declared on, the other one will step up and help defend them as well, which makes these guys a lot less likely to attack us because we can attack them from two fronts. Which is really good. Let's see what we got. Our archaeological team have started their work down on Hope's Anchor. Seismographic readings quickly isolated a hollow area underground on the rough location indicated by the alien indicators previously discovered. The underground expanse is vast, and despite its mysterious nature, one thing is beyond doubt. Amongst the experts, not natural. Someone built it with a specific purpose in mind. More minor artifact. Ooh, just the one thing that put us over our energy credits. We're going to let the security fill in, and then we're going to build hollow theatres. Gives a big boost to our immunities. We don't have to worry about the clerks that much. So the reason that I went for extra minerals is because it's always a good thing to have extra minerals. I would have taken the extra armor, but at the moment things seem to be improving on this front. They're no longer harming relations, so I can focus on economy again. It's all about making the decisions that you think best make the most of your empire. If you think that there's still going to be a problem, then by all means take the armor. There's no one answer there. Both technologies are good. Okay, so you're 70.
We grow ever stronger.
In the meantime, we're going to colonize this world. You're the Revered Elder. Again, you're going to be extra research speed because we're going to keep you in power as long as possible. We've got quite a decent amount of tech speed here. We've got... We take feet. So the research speed plus 5%. We've got research speed plus 6%, another 5%. So we've got 16% research speed. Really good. We'll do when you're finished. Ah, that's not great. They have now declared rivalry and they are hostile. Okay. Declaring rivalry pretty much means that you're going to be in trouble and going to war at some point. You can only declare rivalry if you are equivalent, basically, or on the same level as the empire you're rivaling. If one of us dips too low below the other in terms of like power, then you are no longer considered to be an appropriate rival for the empire. Rivaling also gives you 0.5 of a influence, and you can rival up to 3 empires at a time. Okay, now they're starting to claim territory. That's a lot more worrying. I think it's time we go defensive. So unyielding, you get extra starbase capacity and extra starbase upgrade speed. More importantly, you get defensive zeal. Starbases and defense platforms have their hull points and damage increased by 33%. So we're going to go for that, and then we're actually going to take supremacy as well and get the extra fire rate and some naval capacity as well. So just because you started a tradition tree doesn't necessarily mean that you have to finish said tree. You can start it. It just costs more unity to get to different trees. So I'm just going full on defensive and then extra bonus attack as well, which means that our fleets do a little bit more damage. Wow, they really don't like us. And now our star bases do extra damage as well. I'm going to hire another admiral. Yes. The dusty spam is real. How did you ever become a bigger star than me, Dusty? I don't ever understand it. Anyway, the excavation crew finally reached the underground structure. Vast angular halls and tunnels were explored. A complete lack of adornment made it difficult to establish purpose on the structure. When Karsh Wakepiercer entered the main chamber, a deep sound suddenly reverberated. Initially just thundering noise, the sound slowly contorted until an incorporeal voice spoke out a single sentence in our language. Are you ready? The booming voice was followed by a deep rumble as one of the giant walls slowly slid away to reveal a dark corridor. Our archaeologists eagerly went inside. Eagerly? You don't want to... Oh, dear. So they're currently claiming this territory here. Our allies have a decent fleet at the moment as well.
Space charts updated.
Focus some more of that. Hollow theatres. We're going over there. Okay. I think this is a good time to take a break. So because of my eyes, I've got an eye condition, we're going to take 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, just to do a little bit of recovery. And then when we come back to this very, very tense encounter, yeah, it could be a very short tutorial. My biggest issue is fleet and combat, so this could be a good learning experience for me. Anyway, when we come back, we're going to continue. Thank you for the hydrate, thank you for the coffee, Harry, I appreciate that. And yeah, we're going to carry on. So give me 10 minutes. I'll leave with the awesome score of Stellaris. Da, 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 da. Sorry about that, we moved into the Anno playlist somehow. Right. Where were we? Oh, it's impending war. So our credits are a little bit low, but nothing really to worry about that much. We got 5k in reserve. Then we're colonising another world. Once you finish doing that. The reason that's taking so long is because it's the hardest one to do and they're only level 2, bless them. So it takes a long time. Like I say, it scales with level in both ways. Nothing there to explore. You have the alloys to upgrade to a full-on, we call it. The dark corridor led to an empty round chamber. Stepping inside, the disembodied voice spoke yet again, saying that only the deserving may continue. Short corridors connected to the round chamber to 3 small rooms, each containing some kind of physics-orientated problem. Harsh believes these are scientific riddles that, once solved, may provoke some reaction in the structure, but it's all speculation. We now have 140 minor artifacts, which we can see what we can do with in the discoveries. We can celebrate diversity or proclaim religious revelations.
We grow ever stronger.
Which will give us a lot of, quite a bit of unity, 10 months worth of unity in one go, and increase our spiritualist ethics model. Yeah, we'll do that. We've got extra shields. We're now going to go for research station output. You're excavating an archaeological site, so you're going to do extra archaeological stuff with your veteran trait. We're going to go for the fortress doctrine because it's going to give us much cheaper.
Our lookouts have detected an anomaly.
Much cheaper starbase. You watch now, instead of costing 200 or 250, it's going to cost us 100 alloys, which is huge because now we can get some fleet starbases behind our defensive ones, like I said we should have done, and then we can trade that, move this into fully a trade one. You're my admiral, general, commissioner, and strategist. Very similar to the scientists, depending on what role you have them in, will pretty much dictate to what you want them to do. It will tell you if you can do them or not by leaving them fully open or red cross on them. So for example, this one's our Minister of Defense. So we can have the military ship build speed plus 10% as a councillor. Or we can increase our orbital bombardment and damage versus starbases, or if they're on a planet, we can increase the amount of stability from soldier jobs. But Admiral is the one you'll be looking at the most. Even though they're the Minister of Defense, given an extra 5% ship's weapon damage and fire rate is very, very good. All 3 science puzzles have been completed in the mysterious chambers deep underground the surface of Hope's anchor. Just as Karsh suspected, the structure responded to the correct solutions for the alien trials. As the last riddle was solved, a cloudy holographic projection exploded to life in the main chamber. It was a fine resolution depiction of our solar system, along with scrolling instructions for various alien technologies. Another galactic position was indicated by a brief point of light. The search continues. Ooh, another one straight away. Excavate that site, thank you. Still moving along here quite nicely. Lots of unity, lots of influence to get down here. I'm gonna wait for our shipyards to go around their business. Ooh. Yes, we can now colonize. We can now colonize our phased Gaia world. Wonderful news. Now we are short on food and consumer goods, so we're going to throw in a few agricultural districts, and like I say, research as well, as you get the 10% bonus to society reach. We're gonna increase. Yeah, we're gonna wait for this now just to grow organically. Get rid of these two blockers. By getting rid of them will give us extra 2 match generator districts and another 2 match generator districts as well. We'll free up the free up those blocked ones. The latest report miscalculated the planet's waste management capabilities. Oh dear, wasteland. Uh-oh. We don't want them to do that. I don't have a choice. Please stop ejecting your waste into space. So these are going to be our 2 shipyards. Shipyards, obviously, like I said, shipyards, like I said before, are where you make your fleets, where you make your ships. So this one currently is just making colony ships, so we're going to keep that going. But for reinforcing our front lines, it's now not going to be coming from here, they're going to be coming from there. And there's 2 shipyards now on these star bases, which means that
Council agenda ready.
another no, that's a normal empire. No, you're not going to have a population. Sometimes the fallen empires will ask you to do things. We'll snuff out the plot. Fallen empires may sometimes ask for population, resources, sometimes situations you do and complete, and anomalies that give you some things to other things to research will influence fallen empires as well. Sometimes they'll give you good stuff. If you annoy them, they'll give you bad stuff. And sometimes even the good stuff can turn out to be bad stuff. Inoculations. But yeah, most of the time it's best not to antagonize them, but since they're on the other side of the galaxy, I don't really want to surrender a population right now.
Have detected an anomaly.
We're still searching over here. Where's the other empire that we met? Over here. So the Raymond commissariats are here. They're wary of us. We're going to establish an embassy. They're already at war with someone. So we can offer communications, as well as maybe a few consumer goods. I don't think they're at war with these guys.
They wish to speak with us.
The mandate? Oh, they're having an uprising. Oh, their empire currently fighting a variation of themselves. This is what happens if your stability goes too low. Sometimes rebels will pop up and just try and... Don't really want to, I'm afraid. You might not be around for too much longer. Spiritual happiness, give us the extra unity, thank you. We've got a torn solar sail now. We're gonna go for...
Clear horizons. We've removed a blocker.
We'll go for open arms. Okay. So this is what I love, right, about this game. You have 3 tomb worlds. Worlds that have 0% habitability. They are post-apocalyptic nightmares. And we have 3 here called Silent Colony, Decayed Hub, Crumbling Burrow. Another 2 here of Ruinous Core and Lost Encampment. And I think there's a couple more around there as well. What stories do these... Why? I don't think I've ever found an anomaly or a reason why these planets exist. Or why they're called these, why they've got such special names. But I do want to do a deep dive on it at some point and figure out why and what and how. Freshwater scientist is surveying. Ooh, so here's what I'm talking about. So our current head of research is 67 years old compared to the 53 here. Doesn't have anything for research. This one has Sparta Genius. It's not active unless they're on the council. So if we wanted to, we could swap out our head of research, which we might do actually in the government screen. Head of research, swap out for that, for our new scientist Dolphin. That does mean now that we don't have
Technology secured.
a scientist. We do have a scientist not doing anything. That's okay. Extra of those as well.
A new colony is
Getting rid of blockers is important if you have planets with low amounts of districts or with a lot of districts that have a specific things. We've got 2 dense jungles. So if it was dense jungles, I might have unlocked it, but I don't. I'm instead going to go for xenolinguistics. So now we can look at maybe recruiting some legendary leaders. Resident star bases. You notice how now our military, they're now equivalent again, but we were better than them, so they've made a significant increase on their military. I'm going to reinforce these. So this is a follow-on as well. So you get a lot of these pop-ups that follow on from different ones that have already happened. So when that pop-up of us of this planet firing its rubbish into space, this is the issue. So happiness and immigration pull is now minus percentage, and we've got a special project of orbital cleanup, and I do want to clean up that orbital. So we've got orbital cleanup. It's going to take us 21 months and timeout of 700 days. So we're going to have to do it now.
We grow ever stronger.
Otherwise, it would have failed. Should be coming from this one now, yes. Our leader is still in with a good chance, sorry. Our Minister of State. So they're currently governing the aquarium. So when you're Minister of, when you have someone managing a capital planet in a sector, it's always best to do, I'd say, industrialist, because you get special pop resource output plus 5% on the planet, which is your capital, which is usually the most heavily populated, and more importantly, amenities usage is minus 10% as well. But you also get the sector bonuses. So for planets that don't have a sector governor, don't have a planetary governor, they will be getting this benefit as well. So normally I would go industrialist. If you have an ambassador, then if they're on the council, like our Minister of State is, your trusted growth is 5%. Really good if you've got an empire that's maybe a little bit hostile towards you. It won't make any difference in our current position because this empire really doesn't like us. It's not as if they're and they've declared us rivalry and they're trying to match our military as well. So we're not interested in trying to really make friends with them. Delegate is an interesting one. When we hit federations and the galactic community, having a delegate is usually a very, very good idea. Now that you can't barter for favours, having a delegate with that extra diplomatic weight and having maybe one in a federation for the extra cohesion can make a big difference. And advisor is a councillor class, pop upkeep -5, trade +5. Again, we're doing okay for those sorts of things at the moment, and we can work on our credits by stopping to buying food. So for now, I'm going to go for industrialist. with that resource output.
Space charge.
The mandate of Kratzima 4 has been destroyed by its enemies. Oof. They're no longer around. I think that's what it said, right? Oh no, the mandate of Kratzima have gone yet. So the Rayan Commissat have managed to subdue their uprising and quell any misadventures and have reclaimed territory. And because we are xenophiles... Hey, Dan! Yeah, I'm doing okay, thank you, buddy. We're just doing a sort of like a tutorial stream for the next couple of hours. We've covered empire creation and some early game stuff. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of diplomacy and managing relations with other empires. So when you are a xenophile, you have the option in your government policies. It is refugees, citizen species only, or refugees welcome. You are not allowed to turn away refugees when you are a xenophile. So I always have refugees welcome. I have refugees welcome, so that any wars that are happening that we have people with contact with, we get population. Not just population, we get their population as well. Try and keep the landers clean, please, Dan, if that's okay. Refugees fleeing have arrived on the aquarium. They are welcome here. We also get 10 intel. So we've got 4 jobs now. Bearing in mind that we have 2 clerks. There we go. So now those jobs we were saving are now boosted. The immunities are going to be fine. We now just have 2 jobs to fill, which are going to be filled in 247 days. If those populations decide to move elsewhere, then we can. They'll automatically migrate to other planets with available jobs. Colonizing that one, and we have an update on our origin as well. After a long, arduous period of digging in deep into the crust of the far pool, the excavation team reached another underground structure. Despite readings indicating that the building is hollow, no entry point can be found. It appears to be hermetically sealed, and the protective walls are made of some unknown material with extreme structural integrity. Conventional digging equipment doesn't even scratch it. It requires some serious effort to get through, but the project is already underway. More minor artifacts, which again we can use if we want to celebrate diversity, which will also increase the xenophile extraction and give us a lot of decent amount of unity output. Someone got a negative trait. Our Minister of State governing the aquarium is now corrupt. That is annoying. So, like I said before, leaders can gain red traits, negative traits. This one is a pretty big one. Crime plus 10. And crime on our sector as well. Which means now we're going to have, extra, even corruption. We have 1 enforcer. We have no enforcers on this planet. We have an empty enforcer's job on this planet. So that will be filled. Crime affects stability and pop happiness. The more crime you have, the less happy people are, and the bigger foothold that we have. Oh, we've got off-world trading companies. Nice. There's technology. Free tech. And an additional archaeological dig site in the same system. So we're going to steal our scientist. Alright, unit. Excavate the site. Swole Plump has continued their reign democratically. Don't necessarily. No, we got. Yeah, that job's going to be filled. The enforcer will be filled. That's okay. Random. No, plumply moving around the political. Oh, is that plumply and pompously? Hey, so what we saw there were the Caravaneers who are over here, nicely wedged in against the stagnant ascendancy. We will soon be able to purchase Caravanserai coins to spend on the reliquary. The reliquaries are randomized sort of like gamba things using your credits. What I just did there, so I'm so used to it. I'm low on credits. We're going to take global energy management, so we get the edict of capacity subsidies as well as a building that will give us extra credits as well. We are not making... we can make friends with you, can't we? I would like to have a commercial pact. I think it would be pretty good for us. You're still hostile, but you're lower on military strength. You have a ruined science nexus. You might not be my friend for much longer. I kind of see it, and I kind of want it. I'm 7%. That's not too bad. At the same time, well, let's just get it done. Let's just build precincts. Precincts reduce crime. God, I'm gonna have to rename you Tom Cream, aren't I? Tom Cream is a viewer whose leaders always end up corrupt for some reason. I don't understand why, but it's very annoying. Extensive seismographic readings have been compiled into a highly accurate visual model of the underground structures on Flowgrain. It appears to be a vast network of angular corridors, each several kilometers long. The entire structure is mostly corridors, with the exception of one open space at the bottom of the building. More than that cannot be interpreted until we reach an investigation site and investigate the site properly. So again, that's our origin that we're doing there. That is our origin. So you can upgrade now at your nearby one. You can upgrade at your nearby one as well. We're doing fine down there. Fine down there.
A new colony has been founded.
Another colony, wonderful. Instantly with 5% crime. Love to see it. Fortunately, we've had decent minerals. Another terraforming candidate. Right, abandoned gateway. L gates are different from gateways. I'm yet to find a gateway to show you. Oh, there's a gateway. In our allied system. Disabled gateway. This gateway requires gateway activation technology, and it requires activation. You can activate it once you've researched that gateway activation. Reactivating them, like I said, is cheaper than building them by themselves, and it is under the metastructural branch of building, basically. L gates are something else entirely and terrifying. L gates take you to a different part of unknown space outside of this galaxy, and can contain cool stuff and horrors. I would say that you would want to, by all means, you want an L-Gate system in your area because you want to be the one to unlock gateway technology in your own time and on your terms. You don't want it forced upon you. Because when you get to those systems outside of your known galaxy, you can get some really cool stuff, but it can also become a very, very dangerous excursion. So make sure you've got decent military before you even try it, because what comes out you may not like. We had another negative trait, did we? Yes, our Minister of Defense is taking minus 25% leadership skills. Ouch. You can have crew quarters. You can have a crew quarters. Let's reduce the upkeep of our starships. We're getting a few decent planets now. Notice that we have Savannah worlds at 85% instead of 0. Our desert worlds have also gone to 55% and 60%, because if we go to the species tab over here, we now have Andesonage, which is from the empire that was lost in that uprising. They have a Savannah preference. We have 4 of them in our empire, which means we can use them to colonize other worlds. You can also see what traits they have. So pop growth during war and crisis is plus 30%. They have pop housing usage minus 10, and they are good on defense army damage. So they'll be good soldiers to defend your planet with. So really, when we pop this planet and colonize it, although it's only got 4 districts, we can probably, especially with the increased population speed, we could probably make that into a nice little fortress world to give us extra naval capacity and good armies to recruit from as and when we need. I'm going to stop.
Counselor.
Yay! The orbital cleanup is complete. We got nearly 2,000 unity. That's wonderful. Improve relations with you anymore because you're already uber friendly. And they're improving our relations anyway. Our espionage team, what have we got here? So the difficulty of the espionage is a really good way to learn more about the empire that you're infiltrating. But at the moment we have level medium and level medium diplomacy and government. That means we know they're treasure hunters, interesting. We know that they're rivaling everyone that we know, including us, close borders with everyone as well. So we can gather more information. Gathering information does a cost of 4 upkeep. So as long as this project is going on for, it's going to cost you 4 credits. And it's going to cost you a base of 20 influence. We've got plenty of influence. Our credits aren't doing too great, but another -4 is not going to hurt. So we're going to launch that. And the idea is we want to start unlocking stuff about their military, their technology, and their trade. We want to know how strong their fleets are. More importantly, where are their fleets?
Ever stronger. We grow ever stronger.
Set you as
Secured.
the home base. We are now sending out the call for good leaders, legendary leaders. Okay, these will give us extra bigger planetary capitals. So the one on our home planet here, when it reaches 50 population, we'll be able to upgrade that once this technology is done. And we get the Hall of Judgment, which is an upgrade to our precinct building. So if the crime gets too much, we can upgrade the precinct building to the Hall of Judgment and reduce crime pretty much to 0. We also get extra capacity for one of each official, one of each leader type, which is really good. It's going to take some time to get there. We're going to go for ship build speed plus 25%. 65 months, unless we increase the amount of unity we get, we're going to then finish war games, get another ascension perk, and then we can focus on unyielding. Ooh, an upgrade. The science team finally breached the underground complex and entered the empty corridors. The long tunnels were completely empty. On closer inspection, the walls appeared to be covered in small, strange inscriptions. Translation of the alien language was a highly confusing process until it was discovered that the writing consisted of nothing but alien names, numbering in the millions. Archaeologists are now pressing onwards to the bottom chamber, but their efforts are hindered by caved-in corridors which need to be cleared. More minor artifacts. To celebrate diversity, get a decent amount of unity. Quick check on the factions. 100% approval in each. Federated and Multicultural Society. This one is still psionic, so we need to hit 4 unique species, which will happen when the inevitable war comes along again. Other species. This is our Gaia world. We want this to be science, really. Science and temples. Move this to a trade hub, which is a collection range, and we're going to have interstellar recruitment offices as well. We can have a nice little federation between the 3 of us here, with the Mandassurian clique in the middle, completely isolated. Food, we'll buy food. Credits now are going to be an issue. You can sort them out though with a couple of these, but at the moment I'm focusing on other resources. At the moment I'm trying to get our minerals and our alloys up, as well as get the right technology. At the moment our fleets are looking fairly healthy. Ooh, odd factual. Odd factory workers give you 5 alloys, but you can have some detrimental effects to your population. The event chain doesn't go your way. Mission accomplished. So we lose some infiltration level, which will take a little bit of time to get back up, but we have 59 now. Current intel, which means we have low levels of fleet. There you go. See, they've got 2,300 there, and they have at the moment 3 different classes of corvettes. Odd Factory seems to be okay for now, at least. So no detrimental effects to population. Our science team down on Flow Drain has reached bottom chamber of the memorial structure. They have found an ancient recorded message, some kind of personal debriefing. We failed. The Relentless cut through our entire navy without slowing down. All is lost now. We will die here in these halls of tribute to the fallen brethren. We fear for the lives of our wards. The Relentless will find them, and then they... No sign of a struggle, no bodies, only empty halls and the silence of the ones who perished. Unsettling, but off you go, do some more things. You got 20 and 5, 15. Okay, so winning shoal. It's 5 more, that's fine. Got those mining stations for the credits and the minerals. Here we go. Head scientist Karsh Wakepiercer wanted to comb through every nook and cranny of the memorial site. It paid off. A small device was discovered in one of the corridors. A small fragment of information could be salvaged from it. Good work. With their mental faculties shut off, the very intellect removed, they will pose no threat. It must be enough. It's the only thing left we can do. The device also included some new coordinates. Yeah, sure, advanced reactor boosters, so... Into the key points now of what our previous civilization could do. This button's really useful for a construction ship. It will automatically construct everything and anything that it can. So for example, it's going to go all the way along here. However, it will also come all the way along here. So make sure you keep an eye on it if you suddenly need a construction ship elsewhere. So, Frontier Society. What does that mean? Well, Frontier Society is when you're enough jumps away from a sector's capital, or the sector already has the max amount of space allocated to it. So it'll form its own frontier sector. Frontier sector will suffer a few penalties for not being in a sector. Nothing too bad. It will also mean that still add a leader to it, I believe. But it's easier when it's fully colonized just to make it its own sector. So you start getting the benefits from your governors. Right, well. Has to be something else. Go, there we go, now we're cooking. Minister of the Seas. Go for happiness. Keep the population happy. 10 population, upgrade. By upgrading, you get extra housing and extra jobs as well. You'll notice that we don't have any. We have 2 enforcers, but we still have a colonist. The colonist jobs will disappear once we upgrade. You're not an agricultural world, but we can sort that out later. What's that one for? Oh, okay, they seem to be at least open to communications at least. Hey, Satwike, welcome in. Hello, hello. This is hopefully a tutorial stream, an information stream where we go through and talk about what we're planning, what we're doing. If anyone has any questions about Stellaris as well, it's an open forum. It's a beginner-friendly stream. Hey, Happy as well. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Streaming when you were still ill. I hope you're doing okay. We have an update to our origin archaeological dig site. There was no need for shovels or drilling lasers this time around. Head scientist Karsh and the archaeological team simply walked into the alien ruin. The site is very old, more than 1,000 years, but fairly well kept. It appears to be some kind of staging area built for a specific purpose. There are several laboratories and large storage hangars. The team have found a digital archive server. It's offline but appears fairly intact. Hopefully it will fill the blanks regarding the lost benefactors. Still not 100%, the fevers won't go away. Then don't stream, please. Please look after yourself. I know the urge is difficult to suppress. Ooh, another one? Where's that? We're probably not going to get them. If anything, I would like to get to there. That's a nice little cut-off point. Then there's only one way in, 2 ways into that. Keep at it. That's going fairly quickly this time. That's good to see. Oh, you're still. Let's throw down an energy. Not have that yet. And give it a rest.
We grow ever stronger.
I'd like to have a diplomatic, I'd like to have a defensive pact with them as well. The science team managed to get the alien digital archives up and running. They exclusively contained arbitrary logs, which required some liberal interpretation. The phrase "mind wipe initiative" occurs frequently throughout the logs, and it appears to have been the specific focus of research at this location. Apparently, the benefactors developed the technology by which they could manipulate the effectiveness of mental faculties, but how or what for what purpose remains unknown. Would love Starhold technology. I really would. Starhold technology and upgrading my star bases again would be really nice. Or Destroyer tech.
Space charts up.
Destroyer tech would also be very good. The archaeology team found on Loton has found another ancient archive. This too consisted mostly of logs, but there was one journal entry of particular interest. The ship has taken off. We know they'll succeed, but there was no sense of hope or high spirits as they left. We know that the mission will work. We've done what we've done here. The work we've done here are wrong, despicable. We know that the work we've done here are wrong, despicable, but the alternative is worse. One of the last entries found at the ancient facility. Okay, got Afterburn. Nice. We're going to go for... That's a lot. If it's to research. No, we're going to do research.
Spaceborne life forms ahead.
Void worms. That's a lot of void worms. Hello, void worms. You're fine, right?
We grow ever stronger.
Syria again. They're still not at war with anyone. We just seem to be on the brink of being slightly more powerful than them.
Ever stronger.
We're going to throw some more spies at them.
Council agenda.
They're trustworthy. That's good. We're going to go for impenetrable border, just in case. A little bit of extra.
A system has been charted.
Got some of those, so we can buy that.
What have we here? We grow ever stronger.
Clearing out the storage areas, one of the workers found a small device of unknown origin. It was brought to Karsh and it turned out to be a recording device. It was badly damaged, but a small snippet of dialogue was saved. Couldn't be forgotten. Someone has to come clean and speak up for them. History may endure, but conscience cannot. A string of data, first discarded as noise, was investigated further. Turned out to be encrypted coordinates. Ugh. Galactic parasites! Oh no! Go forth and kill. That's a lot of parasites, though. It's one parasite. One very strong parasite. We're gonna destroy it. Thought we were friends, parasites. Thought we were mates. Go one of those.
We grow ever stronger. A new port to call
We'll
home.
lose 50, but can't afford. Wait for them to be the same system, then we attack it at the same time. Hopefully we won't lose too many fleets. Features, do we have a lot of features to clear? Holy. So, finishing supremacy, what do we get? We had unlocked the War Doctrines policy, and we get an Ascension perk slot. We are going to go for technological ascendancy. We want those rare techs, and we want extra research speed.
We are being contacted by aliens.
Fanatic militarist xenophiles. Hopefully they're going to be okay. They're neutral. Agreements coming through from other people as well. Yes.
They wish to speak with us.
We're going to go down to influence-wise. Defensive pact, yes. Now they are surrounded on all sides. Our influence is going to go down quite a bit because we are doing a lot of pacts right now, but to be honest, I'd rather take a hit in influence than a hit to my empire. So the three of us, the Bella Kazan, the Stalwart Legion, myself,
They wish to speak with us.
and the Ryan Commissariat
Ever strong.
are really good friends, and we all love each other, and we're great friends. But these guys in the middle hate every single one of us. And I don't know why, because I don't know, they're very similar to me.
Ever stronger.
Time to duel.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
It's
Ledger of situations amended.
food again is still an issue. We didn't. We lost one. We lost 4 ships. 4 corvettes. Wait.
We grow ever stronger.
Stardust storm detected. Where is that? Ooh. So cosmic storms will occasionally throw up storms. These have a myriad of different things to worry about. If you're new to the game, I think cosmic storms is probably one you don't need to worry about too much. But when you're used to the game, it's really, really good fun. It's really good fun. You get certain things. This particular storm lasting for 8 years. In our case, if it hits us, our farmers and anglers get 100% output. Miners and strategic resource gatherers output is plus 100% and technician is plus 100%. However, a lot of upkeeps go up and you get monthly devastation of 0.2. Devastation can be gained multiple different ways, be it from armies invading, orbital bombardment, storm, situation, stuff, all kinds of things. And the more devastation you have, obviously the less happy your people are. The chances of buildings being destroyed, jobs being currently unable to be filled, and if you reach a certain amount of devastation, I think your housing starts to go down as well, and then that in turn leads to uprisings, discontent. So if you're being bombarded for a long time, then you will suffer quite badly from it, which is why I wanted to destroy that Voidling before it did any real damage. Food is an issue. Their ploy has failed. No more getting angry for effects. Right, let's focus that. I don't really want colonists. I want to join you, but you're inferior. They're currently inferior. I mean, yeah, why not? We'll say yes to the war. We'll join them. We'll join them in the war. If anything, it will give us a distraction while the other one attacks, I guess. Decent starbase damage, I got decent fleet damage. Our allies are gone to war with them. Our friends are gone to war with them, not allies just yet. Our friends are gone to war with them. We have no claims on any territory. To do claims now would be
Anomalous space-time continuum ahead. We grow ever stronger.
so this little situation here is what happens when you hit 0 on a resource. In old school Stellaris, it used to be if you hit 0, you would have immediate issues on your planets. Nowadays, you will have a little situation like this, which gives you time to sort out your problems before it hits real critical levels. You can invest in the existing farmers that you have to increase their output, or you can just buy food like I did and just keep them happy that way. I'll do again. But yeah, it's at the moment we're gonna have a decrease in happiness and organic and pop growth, but it will go pretty quickly.
Ledger of situations amended.
We're going to establish communications. What technology are we doing? Yeah, that's. Plus, that was a timed one. You've finished those. Now, because you're level 4, you can do some anomalies. Then we can survey these systems just in case anything is missing. Twice here. System to get to. 2,000 fleet power heading that way. We'll strike here. And we'll strike here. Give them something to think about, because their fleets aren't ready. So when you're warring someone, there's a couple of things you just need to be wary of. The reason that I have such good intel on where their fleets are is because I've invested in espionage. Although it's only low, I know where one of the fleets are because of my allies, probably because of my friends in info and tech espionage sort of thing there. And they're sharing communications with me, so it might be the fact that it's because of that, but also because I do have an espionage site. It does mean that I can keep poodling along and just knowing more about them, which means I'm fairly confident I'll probably force these guys to drop back if they go into our allies' territory. Food in our agricultural world.
We grow ever stronger.
Won't have this as an agricultural. We'll leave it as a generator world, because we've got 2 generators on that. Frontier.
Hard to port. Our lookouts spy a spaceborne life form.
Yeah. You take the 100 credits. There we go. So, when you create a sector, at the moment it says frontier, we can still have a leader, and still hire, which we will do. We are going to hire an official. Is it with corruption in my species? I hire like the one official that's like not corrupt. And then, yeah, you create a new sector. It appears as a sector here.
Hostile station engaged.
Sorry, for war purposes. Good pushback. Probably means one of their fleets going to retreat. Probably their one, actually. Ally friends are doing really well. Oh, legendary leader. This one is a scientist and a scholar. Legendary leaders, or renowned paragons as they're called, have their own stories and their own sort of like backstories. Again, paragons be attracted to whatever type of empire that you are. So you will find that some empires that are authoritarian or with dictators or more militarist will attract different paragons. There's a lot to get. But this guy has anomaly research speed plus 25%. On research in an anomaly, all scientists gain 300 experience. Archaeological skill plus 1, leader lifespan plus 20 years, archaeological speed, but is stubborn and not good at actually being a professor. We will enlist because you're doing some anomalies right now, and we can make sure that it all goes to a better cause, getting everyone a little bit of experience. That's our science. I will make another science ship for you. I believe their ships are going to spawn here or here, one of those. They have to spawn on a starbase, effectively. I don't want to be caught out. Doing some forays. Now, unless it's a total war, you will not gain the territory. That you, like, this will not be my territory unless I now stake a claim to it for 80 influence. That system will not be mine. You can claim territories beforehand at reduced influence. Obviously, systems with starbase. Oh. Our allies have already claimed space. If we try to claim a system with a planet in, it's a lot more expensive, and the cost of the influence of that claim goes up with regards to how much population, how valuable that sector is. So if you know you're going to go to war, it's well worth making claims beforehand when it's cheaper, and managing your wars from your fleets from there. Just doing a few forays because the AI like to try and take back territory it's lost. I'm just taking some stuff here so that it gives time for my allies. Oh, not again! You had another uprising! And now we're at war. We got dragged into that war as well. Wow, they are not good at managing their planets. What the heck?
Spaceborne sighted on stream.
This is the trouble of being allied to bots, to AI. It's that it's very unpredictable. Some days it's fine and you're living happily in a little federation. Other days it's like this. It just isn't. Ooh. Retrieve the sensors, and we have a new common one that gives science.
We grow ever stronger.
You are currently surveying, but you are a spark of genius and my head of research. You're going to be extra research speed, statistician. Oh yeah, Swole is still very much there. Still very much leader of the pack.
Hostile station engaged.
If you've got any questions about Stellaris, then please do ask. This is what this stream is for. Oh boy, so now it's probably...
Not so special now.
Your turret resist in peace, please. Subterranean people.
A system has been charted.
Again, with those sorts of situations, even though I know them already, if you're ever unsure,
There is new
then
information.
read it. Read it is the best thing you can do. That's a lot of rivaling going on.
Our starbase is under attack.
And they take back what they want. Oh, you're very low. Totally jump in here. They jump in there as well. I honestly don't think they have many fleets left because they lost a lot of them and they probably don't have the resources. Is it 4X or a grand strategy? I don't know. I think this class is 4X, but you're gonna have to give me the definition. I'm fairly sure this class is 4X.
Our starbase is lost.
They ran away before we could even do anything.
Intellectual booty.
I'm gonna try and take out that starbase. So now you can cloak ships as well, but I'm still gonna go for research speed. I don't need stealth just yet. We're still all out total war at the moment. Well, not total war, all out war. Now this is only to humiliate plus take the claims. This is not for subjugation or anything like that. So they're not. This is not for vassalage, but we could well demand vassalization
Give them a broadside.
after this because they're going to be very weak across the board. And if we bombard their planets, we can reduce their eco to very little. Going to be going that way. Okay. Now I have no armies because I didn't really have the minerals to create armies. Once you've taken over a system, for example, here in the Voroberium system, You get an idea of what their army strength is, so it's 407 armies. In order to make the planet yours, and yours as in like, you know, part of the war effort yours, and if you have a claim on this, say for example, I were to put a claim on this now for 240 influence, if at the end of the war, when peace is either struck or forced or the war conditions are met, if I do not have a claim on this planet, on this system, at the end of the war, that will be returned to the control of the AI or the person that you're warring. You need claims to stuff. And again, because I didn't plan on claiming or going to war with anyone, I I did not have my claims ready, and I did not have the even though I've got the influence, because I was kind of bordering on the idea just to show you folks some war, I kind of decided against it.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
Rothrid system. Oh, F is your friend, by the way. If you press F, if it mentions a system here, for example, and you don't know where it is, just type F, press F, and then type in the name of the system. Your best friend.
A system has been charted.
Carry on that one with the star bases, with the defensive unyielding one. You can repair your ships once if you destroyed an enemy starbase and taken it over for your control for the duration of the war. If you give it a second or give it a bit of time, you can use that starbase to at least not refurbish or upgrade your ships, but use them to repair your ships. And then there's small fleet of ships to regain the territory that have taken the systems. That's fine with me. We're going to have this as a research then, like I said. Our agricultural world will continue to be for Angela's. And we're going to sit down a Hollow Theatre as well. Found an abandoned gateway. That's the one, yeah. Why did you go there? To repair. Oh, okay. Guess you're just repairing there then. No! My leader died against the automated dreadnought. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, the automated dreadnought just kind of eliminated my head of research. Oof. Oh, that's not good. No, we don't. You're gonna go in for now, but we just lost a lot of research speed due to our head of research being nommed by an ancient threat. Oh dear. That hurts. Not as much as it hurt him. But it's still a fight. Fine for that. You're just chilling there, running away. That's fine. You're taking advantage of my allies' distracted nature, but you suffered.
Our starbase is under attack.
Got a lot of work to do up here, my friends. Gravity storm detected. The graphics on these storms, by the way, are stunning. That and the Stardust storm as well, if that's still raging. I don't think it is anymore. One of the prettier ones as well. Back to war. Hope you can just do the archaeological sites. Dark secrets. Sure thing.
Intellectual booty.
Basic combat roles are really good for upgrading your ships and giving them specific designations, which we'll get to.
Hostile station engaged.
Goodbye, starbase. That's going to work its way. Go take out this starbase to prevent them from respawning close to the front lines. And then once we take that starbase, they won't be able to respawn their fleets, I don't think.
Council agenda available.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
Council agenda ready.
Extra unity, thank you very much. Those agendas do come around again. They just take quite a long time to become available.
Hostile station engaged. A system has been charted.
Oh, sugar. I did not realise that. Retreat.
Intellectual.
They had 13... Oh, I don't know who that is, actually. Do they have sneaky pirates there? Oh, I nearly lost my entire fleet. That hurt. Destroyer, next ship type. Let's go. I can go repair and get sorted. That, I did not notice that. That hurt. Seem to be working. They seem to be in cahoots. Why is there cahooting? Stop cahooting. Some consumer goods under control. Credits are now good. Minerals are good. Alloys are fairly decent. That is going to be as good as it can be for a while.
Space charts updated.
A lot of exploring.
We grow ever stronger. Space charts updated. Ahoy there! Spaceborne life forms.
What the hell is it over there? Starbase will keep those busy. Allies seems to be cleaning up the mess. I think the next time we go to war with these folks is going to be for subjugation, I think. The team was sent down on the surface of Coruscant and encountered far more obstacles than anticipated. The coordinates received in the ancient alien research base pointed to an exceptionally craggy part of Coruscant, where the landscape was filled with vertical stone surfaces and deep fissures. The team pressed on and eventually reached the indicated location, a natural cave formation. No need to ask them to take a closer look. The spelunking is already afoot. Great word, spelunking. So my fleet that is missing is going to come back in 1 month, 2 months, thereabouts.
All hands, fire at will.
Let's get
He's
you.
under siege.
I don't know where you're talking about, but okay. That closer to her. A little bit closer. The archaeology team that were investigating the natural cave down on Coruscant have reported back. They found a tremendous abandoned stockpile of valuable resources. There was no doors, no locks, no traps, just a cave full of industrial valuables. Head scientist Karsh would like to investigate further still. Sure. Oh, wow.
Ahoy there! Spaceborne life forms ahead! Taking evasive action!
4,000 minerals, 1,000 alloys, 250 rare exotic gases. Beautiful. So now we have an annoyed probe.
Our star
Don't
base
say
is
that.
under
Oh,
attack.
okay. Yeah, we're not giving you weapons. Not starting a war. Head of research. Ooh.
Our star base is under attack!
Expertise materials, please. Alright, it's back. Fortunately, we didn't lose any ships.
Taking fire! Our scholarly dreams.
Oh, come on! Warder of the... We just lost another scientist. My heads of research are dropping quicker than I've ever seen. We have a decent scientist. No, we don't. We don't have a decent scientist. Our renowned Paragon is going to have to become a scientist just for that, and oh, just for that. Our poor research teams. We keep losing scientists. Oh, I should have researched. Oh, excuse me. I should have researched the shields, the cloaks. Okay, we did lose some shit. It's fine. As expected, it was as expected. You're governing bin prime. So what do we want here? I want, yeah. Have that. Trade value's kind of meh. You're getting a load of ships. Chips. Oh boy. It's the Black Needle! It's the of course they had treasure hunters, didn't they? Of course they did! I'm such a fool! Oh, what now? That's 3 heads of research in a year and a bit. What is going on? Hey, Pepe. Pepeda charge. Pepeda indeed. Oh, my word. Who needs research though, am I right? Oh my god, I'm down. I don't want to put... I'm not going to put you on there. I'm not going to risk you. I'm not going to risk you. I can't. We'll put you on. Just in case the other one comes back. The resource cache was indeed a deception. The real treasure lay behind a hidden door. A final message recorded by one of the benefactor aliens. Eons they were at war with a merciless alien race known as the Relentless. Entire civilizations had already perished in the Relentless's wake, and the benefactors were next. The desperate benefactors sought their last resort before all would be lost. They succeeded with a device that ravaged the Relentless neurological physique, instantaneously primitivizing the entire race. Robbed of their bloodthirsty intellect, the Relentless became docile and harmless. The benefactors rounded them up and exiled them to our homeworld. The Relentless are our ancestors. Ooh, boy. That is a revelation. Sorry, you're gonna have to stop doing that and see if we can get our scientist back. See if we can go help over here as well. Looks like our allies have got things fairly well locked down, so it's not a problem. We can upgrade there, and we can upgrade our big capital. Nice. Combat rolls. Ooh, plasma throwers, yes. The Grand Archive would be nice. But at the moment, I think naval capacity. When those destroyers come in, we're going to need naval capacity. The research. I'm feeling the loss of my researchers, Pepe. I'm feeling it.
Our port is under siege.
A port's under siege by armies. It's not exactly a be-all or end-all.
Ships ready for action.
I know, head of research. I know you have places you want to go to. I get it, I do. You're way too valuable to me.
The fleet has been refitted.
Yeah, they're going to be humiliated. I do have influence, though. So, if I wanted to, I could play Havoc here. I could, couldn't I? 120, 200, 320, 560, 760. I could just make a straight shot for it, couldn't I? Yeah, why not? Why not? Spend all our influence on making claims. However, I do now need to make armies. I just realized. Armies now are a lot better as well. Rather than going and recruiting armies through the planet, you can do them on the starbase. And this will recruit armies from all of your planets that are eligible to have armies recruited from. It makes life a lot easier.
We grow ever stronger. All hands, fire at will. Our port is under siege.
And not though. 732 armies. Maybe, actually, we can reduce that with some orbital bombardments. Who knows? Who knows? Not taking out the Black Needle. Those ships are crazy. I would like my scientist back, please. I miss my scientist. The good news is the Empire between the middle of us now is no threat. Absolutely zero. They have no naval capacity, they have no fleets, no nothing. No trades. Text is still there. No, I don't want to discuss the term of your surrender. I want to insult you.
A special project is finished.
Now, we don't have the best bombarding weaponry. But the whole point is, if I can reduce their armies by the time mine are ready, then the invasion will go very swiftly. Might stop in there first. Now you can recruit army commanders. For example, much like you do with admirals, you click on the thing, and then you have certain things that are maybe geared towards commanders. At the moment, we don't have anyone like that whatsoever. Usually, it's worth just putting an admiral in if you want it to be quick. You can pop an admiral in just to make it a little bit smoother, a little bit quicker. But again, I think army commanders are pretty open to being slaughtered. If it's a big army, if it's like a close fight, I may stick an army commander in there just for that fight, then let them retire
Under attack.
pretty soon after.
Ledger of situations amended.
And all those threats like we did last time, and just hope it's the same thing.
Hostile.
No! Our legendary scientist has now died. Oh no, wait. No, okay. I didn't. That wasn't my head of research. Launch the deceased into space. Survey speed plus 20%. Monthly society research plus 15. Ah. But you are doing that to get my scientist back. Oh no! Thousand fleet power in orbit. What? Okay.
Our star base is under attack.
That under attack for 957 days. Didn't get there in time? I don't know if it did get there in time. You do it and then undo that. Get goods. Cannot afford 1500 for a level 3 scientist, and you don't want to sell your scientist to me because lifespan isn't guaranteed. Lifespan is not guaranteed. Well, not a science ship down there. Just oh yeah, that's the one that got eaten by that thing. That tomb world.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside. Our star base is under attack.
Devastation isn't going out really, to be honest. Might get there in time. Might get there in time.
Spaceborne sighted on Stranger.
Oh, I know where that is, yeah. There's not. You can't insult me, I'm sorry, that's just. Ooh, research speed, yes! Hyper focus! My swole prompt lump is pretty good right now. Food again. Oof. Oh, it's everything now. Okay. I really don't want to do that. I don't want to sell those alloys at all. But hey ho. Short-term solutions.
All hands, fire at will. Our port is under siege.
It isn't. You're lying to me. Generators on here, aren't we? Fly, you fools! Fly! Fly! That's 239 though, so that's good. For finishing on yield, immediate defense, platforms cap plus 50%, starbase upkeep minus 20%, and another ascension perk. We're going to go for mind over matter. We're going to go psionic, and you're going to see why, folks. You're going to see why. Just a straight shot. Yeah, you're going to get that. You're going to get that. Yeah. Get some additional armies just in case.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
My head of research. Ooh. You're not doing anything, that's fine. You can go carry on what our renowned Paradron was supposed to do.
Our starbase is under attack.
Now, I'm setting it to aggressive because I don't need to worry about where they're going. I know where they're going to go. But I would recommend setting them to passive and manually doing it yourself. Because you could end up attacking the planet, not realizing there were two planets in that system, one of which has like 400 armies on, the other one has like 10,000 armies on, and they will just attack. They won't have any sort of survival instincts at all.
Project done. Ledger.
Yes, the Paradron has returned! The Paradron has returned! Do the sights. Then carry on with what you were doing. Sorry, fella. Our researcher may be maimed as a Cathloid victim, but you're still the best we've got. Long may you reign.
Council agenda ready.
Governing Parabim Prime Industrialist. Definitely. Yeah, Swole Plump is way ahead in the leads.
A special project.
We're gonna put some food down. Got 1,000 minerals. Perfect. Needed. Extra unity. And a mind over matter. Give us the access and a bit of a little bit of a progress to the technology for the psionic chain that we're looking to go down. At the moment, the main one is food. We have a factory now, which we can throw in for the consumer goods. Start into 24 months. When it's 100% war exhaustion, we can be forced to make peace in 2 years after reaching this high war exhaustion. 702 days. Now, obviously, it's not my war. There we go. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make good on my claims because my allies decided to end the war, which is fantastic. I force you to be my... I might go to war with you, actually, just to 10 years, but I might go to war with you in 10 years just so I can force you to be my vassal.
Intellectual booty.
Destroyers, yes. And fusion missiles. Go back to there. You can go to here to hook up with those armies. Didn't bother claiming anything over here. They have quelled their second. Wow, I just got a lot of refugees. Oh boy, the oh my word. Oh boy. I just got a lot of refugees. That's fantastic for me. A lot of my jobs are now just filled, but can't afford to buy anything. To make anything. Okay, that's fine. It's okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is going according to plan. Oh boy. So many people just flooded, but again, perfect opportunity to grow into jobs. We love seeing unemployed, especially when we're already building stuff. That's brilliant. So good. It was one of those as well. Jobs still there that we can fill in. And a hollow thing. Nothing like a spot of TV and or film to help you forget your entire civilization has failed a second uprising. Can you please sort out your stuff? You're void dwellers. You dwell in voids. Next step. Oh no, our Minister of Defense has stepped down to become an educator. Great. Oh, actually, no, that is good, actually. Yeah, that's great.
Secured.
Ship's weapons damage plus 7% as a counselor is really, really good. So we'll take that. We're gonna upgrade our hyperdrive. Eventually. Seems like tech is the one thing we are struggling with.
There is new information in the situation log.
We can now colonize. Yay, snails! Let's go, plebs. Plebeians. Did we lose a
Fleet
commander?
has been refitted.
We lost a commander as well. It was the food again in 3 months. Let's see how many city districts this gives us, how much housing this gives us. I'm going to sort out the issue with the crime. Okay, 1 housing. Yeah, we do need a city district, I think. Then we're going to need to start looking for psionic theory. Okay, that went better than I thought it would. Us getting involved really did help out our allies significantly. We'll make you... Nice. Take 50 food. We'll help you with your issues.
Land ho! A new colony is underway.
That probably will be a consumer good world. This is only a small one, but it's got decent consumer goods-ish. It's just it's suffering from... As am I. As am I. Resources. Unstable ruins. Our archaeologists are working on Lancaster 4 have reached a highly unstable section of the ruins. But I had all that. Supports will have to be carefully added to the floors and ceilings before we can proceed. It will be difficult work, but finding an alternate route will just delay the project. Stabilize first. Cannot afford to lose more of you.
Space charts updated.
Flames also carry over from when you were when the war was on, so you don't lose them if you don't get them. It just means you have to go to war again for them. Planet theory, 25%. Keep everyone happy after all the. It's fine. It's fine. Having to sell more alloys than I would like just to keep up with the demand of my dwindling economy. You give me a trade deal.
We grow ever stronger.
Favorable. Just for this.
We grow ever stronger.
That'd be
Anomalous
better.
space-time continuum ahead.
Clearing away the rubble and painstakingly risky business, workers and equipment have to be hoisted down hundreds of meters into the dig site and excavated rubble has to be lifted out. There have been numerous casualties and accidents while working in these trying conditions, but progress has been made, and every day we venture deeper. The walls of the crater are worn and cracked by time, but they plunge unerringly straight down into the planet's core. Oh boy. Not a fan of that. Unity? And in theory, I think is going to be a thing in 25 months that we can do. Fine. Don't have a dedicated mining world, but we do have a generator world at least. And we have a dedicated agricultural world, which can get, unlock it, the increased farming output. Like I said, I still struggle with economies and what have you. It is what it is. Decent amount of units. Sorry. Enough. Not long until your time is nigh.
We grow ever stronger.
Increase in trade. Settler. We've read it for housing and amenities. Fantastic. No! I'm an embezzler! My leader embezzles! No! Monthly energy credits plus there goes all my money. The moment I get any money, my leader's like, don't mind if I do.
Space charts.
You. Come on, man, that's not fair. That's got my economy sorted. Ugh. Unreal. Okay, we're making 10, that's fine. We'll pop down some minerals. Excuse me. This is only a forge world, so I don't mind not having too many buildings at the moment. Got enough alloys coming in. At the moment, the alloys are the only thing that was keeping me afloat for a while. We have 1,000 armies ready for the next fight. We have destroyers. I forgot about that. Let's make a ship. So destroyers, whereas corvettes are limited to small weaponry and 3 defensive slots here and whatnot.
A new colony has been founded.
Destroyers, as you can see, have more options to go through as well. I mean, corvettes do have options, but 2. Frigates have 1. They're just a torpedo boat. Intelligence reports are coming into the aquarium regarding the hitherto lifeless surface of ruinous core. Oh! All the way down here. I see. And there's actually a chance. Ketlins, these creatures have been living hidden from our view tunnels in the planet's enormous scrap piles. The complex composition and incredible density of these massive junk heaps must have hindered earlier penetration by our scanners. The Ketlins were the last survivors of the lost interstellar civilization that made these ruins. Ooh, I've never had that before. Where have they gone then? Oh yeah. Oh. Okay.
Technology secured.
I've never had that before. I don't know. Anyway, destroyers, as I was saying, you can have 1 large weapon and 6 small utility slots. You can have a gunship bow, which is 2 small, 1 medium, or you can have the P, which is for basically weight defense. So taking out enemy Bay ships or taking out missile. I usually go for medium small. We're going to put a plasma thrower on there. A couple of blue lasers. And we have a couple of fusion missiles as well. A couple more plasma throwers.
System has been charted.
I usually go for 2. I don't think there's any reason why. I just like the idea of having 2 each. Auxiliary fire control. Chance to hit +5. Really good for ships that are designed to attack from range. So we're going to go for a picket sort of thing. Picket ships advance to a medium range and attempt to intercept incoming enemies. So they're like a buffer between them and the artillery ships. Right. Society research, good. Embassy complex, no real need. Silent theory, that's what we're looking for. 98 months though. Is there a way that we can potentially get that down a little?
Anomalous space-time continuum ahead.
Oh, sure. Keep doing the farming jobs. Fine world. The excavation has hit delays and the dig site becomes increasingly toxic. The deeper we go, parts of the shaft are dangerously irradiated, probably by the catastrophic event that dug out the crater in the first place. The need for protective countermeasures and decontamination apparatus is slowing the progress of the work. Safety first. In dealing with ancient alien artifacts, safety first. Right, we have the alloys as well. We've got the naval capacity. Let's add in some of our new ships. Want to go mad? We'll say 3 in each to begin with. Salt them again, let them know that they're not getting off scot-free. Everything's in the green. Oh no, Tom Green died! Can't for their soul. So who was that? That was our Minister of State. Okay, they had a good run. They had a good run. .2 here. We'll hold off till... How can you declare us rivalry? You're pathetic. Okay. Head of research. When I get hydroponics bay, this is going to be so much easier. Do I want to disturb the Ketlins though? I don't know.
Ships ready for action.
This is the chance. This is where we might make a save and just say, you know what? We'll make a save. We'll do it, and if the worst comes to the worst, then we'll just reload. That's the beauty of being the master of your own playthrough.
Space charts updated.
Okay. Vin Prime. In charge of Vin Prime. Food. There you are. Ah, thank you, Sir Twitter. I have an eye condition, which flared up yesterday. This was supposed to be recorded yesterday. I streamed, sorry, yesterday, but I've been doing a lot of recording as well. Probably didn't help my eyes, but yeah, I had a flare up yesterday. But thankfully, since you guys have been keeping me, you folks have been keeping me on top of it, it's not affected me too badly.
Spaceborne sighted on stranger tides.
Please run away. I can't deal with another scientist being lost. We just need a federation.
Spaceborne sighted on stranger tides.
Okay, you can't do anything. Just mining Drone Central, it seems. Unstable ruins. Our archaeologists working on Ancaster 4 have reached a highly unstable section of the ruins. Fortunately, Scarrow Poppet, what a name, managed to devise an unorthodox and brilliant way of providing structural support with a complex array of directed energy fields. We can now safely access new areas of the ruins. And we have space pirates! If your trade routes are not sufficiently protected, you will come across space pirates. That one. Epic. Energy credits from jobs plus 6%. I would love to have that. Ooh. So with your artifacts, with the Grand Archive, you can affect analysis, artifact analysis. So within your minor artifacts, you can find something that's worthy of display, and then you can display it. Well, you are not looking healthy, my guy. You are not looking healthy. At least we cut this off from potentially them.
Council agenda available.
I'd spend money potentially doing that. FTL inhibitors would be really nice. FTL inhibitors prevent ships from just being able to fly through your star bases.
Research
I like
post
the better.
destroyed.
They're my friend. I like them. So we're going to move these.
Ahoy there!
So yeah, if your trade is not sufficiently protected, either with star bases or patrolling ships,
Stronger.
then you will have pirates that like to destroy things and make your life difficult. Hey, 100 influence, and we get better friendship agreements. Do you actually have communication? Surely someone does. We just isolate it. No, you do have people.
We grow ever stronger.
You're rivaling. Oh, you got a lot of people. There we go. Go away.
Hostile station engaged.
Nice to meet you. The Dar
They wish
state.
to speak with us.
Of his friendship set to music. So if you struggle to be like discovering your galaxy, doing communications with people will put you in contact with a lot of other empires. And a lot of the time that will, if you've got the DLC or is DLC. Ooh, pop speed, yes. And food from jobs, wonderful. Extra food from jobs, beautiful. Yeah, do the communications with empires that will trade with you, and if it comes up with like -1 or -8 or -5 or -12, that means they are communicating with other empires. They'll just need a little bit of incentive to pass on the information to you. So bribery works really well, alloys, that kind of thing. I'm in medical car crash, so I did it. I hope the flare-up chills. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry about that. Not fun. Not fun. It's the most. It's like, as well, like, as selfish as it sounds, I wouldn't mind too much if it was like something else. Like if it was, get knee flare-ups all the time anyway. But like,
Ships ready
if it
for
just
action.
wasn't the eyes, I'd be okay.
Anomalous space
I think I'd be able to deal with it a lot
continuum
better.
ahead.
Especially when it comes to stream, because streaming is what I do. Streaming is my main source of income. Streaming is my thing now. Ever since I was made redundant from technically made redundant, but the shop closed down with very little warning in January of this year. So I decided to take a break from retail and just make a go of it here. I love streaming. I love it, and I need to do more Stellaris, and I will. I've got a couple of playthroughs planned. Don't worry. About 4 hours, you're still live? Yes. We're going to be live for the next 15-20 minutes as well. I've been really into this whole tutorial thing. It's been great fun. Hole in the ground, 6,000 feet under. At long last, we've reached the bottom of the shaft and made an astonishing discovery. Mangled by the crash and half melted during atmospheric re-entry, it is nonetheless indisputably a spacecraft of advanced alien design. Despite being buried under thousands of tons of debris after enduring a catastrophic descent, it is remarkably intact. The ship was found with the prow pointing downward, which leads to the assumption that it went straight into the planet at extremely high velocity. We will probably never know why. How the ship managed to retain structural integrity despite all this is up for debate, but the strongest theory is that it was encrusted in some form of advanced alien energy field far beyond our own most cutting-edge technologies. Limbed and incinerating light, the craft shot through the planet's crust like a superheated projectile to finally grind into a halt in the darkness. Oof. Advanced shields plus 10%. We like to see. 6-hour stream. Yeah, I know. It's not. It's just this. It's this game, man. It's this game. I'm telling you. It's that one more year, one more click, one more button press. It's so addictive. We'll let them get away with it.
A system has been charted.
So we need deep sinkholes to be. We did have an issue of multiple scientists taking a nosedive. Multiple head researchers just not playing ball and just getting the job and then instantly dying or disappearing or retiring. I forgot I was buying 15 food. Soon we'll be able to upgrade to Starholds. Soon we'll be able to start the Psionic Ascension. I do have a wormhole that I would like to get to grips with. I'm making the decision not to do more consumer goods because I just need planetary space. I need space to build stuff. Until I get rid of these despicable features and blockades, blockers, then we can go here. Swoleplump is still the best leader. However, when Swoleplump inevitably dies, it's going to leave a big hole in our science research. Have any? We've got Techlin origins, which I've never had before. I have never, ever seen those before. Seen the systems, but never ever had that.
Council agenda ready.
We're going to get you ready for council. The extra... veteran. Congratulations, Swoleplump. We're now a lot happier.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside. Spaceborne sighted on stranger tides.
For your purpose. We have nothing to do.
Anomalous space-time continuum ahead.
That's...
Spaceborne sighted on stranger tides.
Minister of Defense. I don't know.
They wish to speak with us.
Give me Admiralty. That's a lot of void worms. Oh no. Oh, I was friendly with them. Oh. Oh, I was. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Starbase is under attack.
Please don't be all of them. No, okay.
They wish to speak with us.
That starbase is going to be lost though, because. No, we might get. Oh no, it might be okay. It might be okay. Yeah, it annihilated them. Good. Good. Might struggle with 2 more. Gonna stop that from bombarding our planet. Oh, that starbase is insane.
Loots from enemy wrecks seized.
Starbase go! Oh my word! That's insane.
We are being contacted by aliens. We are being contacted by aliens. Hard to port.
Oh, we got it. 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 Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna need some fleets. We're gonna need some fleets, but we got my favorite potentially my favorite relic. Favorite, most powerful relic. Stop bombarding, please.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
Resources are slowly getting there. What about the probe?
Space charts updated.
Our minor artifacts are at full. And we got some... What did we get? Yeah, the Liz Truss political memoirs. Amazing. You've gone to war now? Oh, okay, we're not dragged in. This time they wanted it. Okay, that's cool. 5k fleet power though. Fair play. I might have to go toward them as well once those fleets have been dragged away. Just to claim my territory. I don't think they have...
Ever stronger.
That's me. So yeah, I'll wait for them to...
What have we here?
Oh, a lot of people have been... Okay, maybe I do...
Ever stronger.
Maybe I do need to just... go get them. Pick up the armies on the way through. Focus on forging. Sweet. So you can replace districts. So for example, I need to free up a locked building slot. We're making decent energy now. I can afford to lose 18. You can replace it with another district. It will still continue to make the resource that you have until it is replaced.
A system has been charted.
When all our fleets are here, we're going to go to war as well. I do want to know where that fleet. I don't want to have a 5k fleet suddenly arrive into my fairly low. Oh, advanced shields. Yes, minerals. I know there's I know there was other things here that are decent. Destroyer hull points, gas refineries, afterburners, ion thrusters. At the moment, minerals. Plus, I'm not going to be able to upgrade my fleets. Still, can you do an wonder? Be up for doing that? 400 alloys?
We grow ever stronger.
Okay.
Spaceborne sighted on stranger tides.
I don't know where that 5k fleet went, but I'm assuming that's the remnants of it. No vassalization.
We're going to war.
Doesn't look like they've replenished their armies either that well, which is great. He's pretty good.
Hostile station engaged.
Now we've got destroyers, I'm much more comfortable.
Our landing party has reached enemy shores.
They love so many decent ones as well. A prepared war is always much more different to a forced war.
Victory! Drink up, my loyal crew!
Keep going between rivaling me, unrivaling me. It's very difficult for you actually.
Hostile station engaged.
18 months to psionics. Do you have claims on? No! Swole Plump has finally died. Launch the deceased into space. Ah, Swole Plump was a good leader. There go all our research bonuses.
Council agenda available.
Swole Plump was the best of us. No! No, my renowned scientist has disappeared as well. Oh, come on. Oh, this is obscene. No decent scientists. At least you get an extra trait, I guess. Well, have fun researching anomalies that you're way too under-prepared for. Enjoy those. Oh, rough.
Ahoy there! Spaceborne life form.
Who's gone to war now? I don't even know who you are. Oh, you had an uprising. Okay, you've had another uprising. Another one. I don't think I want you in our federation, to be fair. You need to get your handle on what the hell's happening at home.
Our landing party has reached enemy shores.
Excuse me.
Victory!
Okay, so the war's ended with that. That's fine. We got the other system as well, which is good. Now we just need our allies to hold on. It looks like they are. Shall allocate one fleet to help you. We're still under our starbase capacity, which is nice. But that's Anchorage. That has to be a defensive one now. Our head of research is gone again. Oh no, because head of research is now leader. This is a mess upon a mess. Nice. This has been a chaotic, wonderfully chaotic playthrough so far. Maggots, flies, and slimes. Who are you What? What's... I don't even know where to start with that, to be fair. Now we got a world there. We're going to need a lot of minerals. How many minerals do you? I'm willing to give away a lot of alloys for minerals. Not a fan of that deal, but ooh, an elder inside. Oh no. What is that? Sonically reflective prism. Yeah, I know, you just need to relax. You need to chill. I was hoping for the justice one, but pop you in. Oh yeah, alloy scrapper, nice. Give you some goods, I guess. Can replace you with hollow theaters. Some more housing districts down. Land the armies on that as well. They seem fairly confident. I'll make sure that I'm fully prepared. With a whole restoration is never a bad thing. I've gone for the mining one, but it's still taking a long time. Marching their way on. See if we can catch up with them.
Technology secured. Hostile
Beautiful.
position
Reverse engineering as well. Yes, so now we can reverse engineer our minor artifacts that we always have a lot of. We can reverse engineer them into potential technology boons, upgrades, cool stuff, basically. Stuff. It's a good thing to do. It's a good fun thing to do. Oof. Our situations log is overflowing. Overflowing.
Ledger of situations amended.
Oh, okay, so got a lot of things to do. Oh boy, that's going to take like 10 years. Holiday. Strict. Planetary capital. Right?
Ahoy there!
Chrono Sin again.
Ahead!
Sin has invaded my tutorial playthrough. Harry, have a word, mate. But they're not even forced to spawn in. They're just random. It's an empire I made, or one of my friends made. One of my made from one of my playthroughs, the Grand Archive Community Created Galaxy. It's an event I run every time there's a new DLC or big update. Viewers make empires. I spawn them into the same galaxy as mine, and we fight it out with or against each other. See who can come on top. Yeah. And they are now in my playthrough again. What wonderful. I'm so happy that it's happened again. It's great. Not about you, Sin. Oh yeah, rubricator.
Special project is finished. There is new information in the situation log.
Cannot believe that. Cannot believe it. My scientist. Double archaeology, please. Finally, the inconsistencies in our history have been explained. Using these lost chapters from our true heritage, we had once believed that the advancement of our civilization came of our own accord, solitary and independent. Now we know that all this time we've been standing on the shoulders of giants. We cannot change the past. We reconcile, we move on. Accepting our past, not as a dark burden, but as a stepping stone in our path towards the future. This is our time to become giants. Monthly unity, happiness, plus 5%, research, plus 5%, 10% governing ethics attraction, and that is a permanent boost to our empire. And that is our origin, not steeped in personal accomplishment, but on the shoulders of a more frightening,
There is new information
terrifying
in the situation log.
civilization came before us.
Fleet engaged. Give them a broadside.
Yay, we finally caught up with them. That should make their lives a little bit easier. Perfect. Any ships? Hey, the subterranean people gives 1,000 minerals. Very nice. very nice indeed, very kind of them.
Stronger. We grow ever stronger.
It was there. Oh. We'll get around to it. It's not a timed one, it's okay. And the forming of the Galactic community. It is indeed a worthy endeavor. As the galaxy is about to open up, we see where everyone is. When the galaxy forms it, of course. Still got some spaces to fill in our empire as well. That's going to take some beating.
Council agenda ready.
Perfect. Keep doing with the psionic stuff. We're going to raise the armies.
Project done. Not so special now, was it?
Get an index of knowledge that would give us 10 physics research. Come here and good. Head of research, you're going to be charismatic.
We grow ever stronger.
So many sites to activate still. This one down here. Was that it? Have we done the other ones? Oh, we have. Oh no. One over. Oh, okay. Okay, ones that we can do, please, game. Don't tell us the ones that are one there. That's the one we'll do next. You say the library's in my space. It is not. And there you have it. The Galactic community. Soon we're going to see people from all over the galaxy becoming available to talk to. Have an idea of where they are situated, where the empty spaces are, where the challenges are. We've got the Shazat Galactic Concordant.
They wish to speak with us.
Filthy robots!
Complete.
Filthy! No. Yes.
They wish to speak with us.
Oh, hand base. Where are you? You fooled me, robots! Curse you. I would love to, but I don't have the influence, I'm afraid. Parablem 4 is a virtue fractal, the same wild collisions of natural and obviously artificial geography visible from space are replicated on the personal scale planetside. There are mountains with perfect pyramidal bases and jagged craggy summits, rough tundra that suddenly becomes a perfectly smooth plain of bare rock, unlike another weathered natural formation bisecting it. The juxtaposition of irregular boulders and rocks scattered among perfect cubes the size of a microchip or a HAB block. And yet we can only imagine what could have come to pass. I think it's, I think it's too perfect. Right. Oh, I see. The Holy Guardians are just meandering around, I see. Just doing Holy Guardian stuff. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Where is your home vault? Okay, not too far. You're just posing around. Oh yeah, crack the egg open. That could be a really good barrier. Really good Alright, there you have it, folks. We'll investigate the Galactic community next time. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me. This has been spectacular and fantastic and wonderful. You've all been so generous with your time. Thank you to everyone who's popped in, lurked, redeemed hydrates, chatted. You've been an absolute dream. Thank you. I've always said I wanted to do a stream like this for ages. To refresh my memory, I've learned some new things as well. Yeah. You're all incredible. Thank you so much. We shall revisit this once we've finished with our other playthrough. So I'm going to say give it a few days. And then we'll come back to it. We are going to raid someone, are we? Who else is streaming Stellaris? No one that I've raided before. Right. In that case, we're just going to end it here and say thank you so very, very much. I will be live again, hopefully tomorrow. You all know my social stuff, so thank you very, very much for everyone that's part of the Patreon and the YouTube channel, who has gifted subs, been subbed. So the monthly dollars are going along just incredibly, and lots of tasty things for you to look forward to, including, if you hit one of the targets, multiple 12-hour streams of Hearts of Iron 4. That could be interesting. Anyway, thank you all so very, very much. I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.